Medicine, Ratu Jaleha Hospital, Martapura, Independent Midwifery Practices in Palangka Raya, Dr. Hasan Sadikin Hospital, Bandung, Dr. Surgical Hospital, Yogyakarta, and Sugurojo Hospital, Central Java Province. In an academic environment, a good spatial and environmental see-through and orderly arrangement is realized by the existence of an adequate parking area for two-wheel and four-wheel vehicles with 24/7 security system. New student admissions activities are carried out online on the page of www.sipanmaru.poltekkes-palangkaraya.ac.id and www.sinama-poltekkes.campus.go.id. Poltekkes Kemenkes Palangka Raya also manages the Open Journal of Health Forum System on the page of e-journal.poltekkes-palangkaraya.ac.id. The academic processes such as assessments, study plan cards, and study result cards are carried out using the Siapat Cloud application, which can be accessed via students' laptops or mobile phones.
Mari bersama mewujudkan institusi pendidikan tinggi kesehatan yang unggul,
berkarakter,
berbasis kearifan lokal,
menuju daya saing global 2024.
Poltekkes Kemenkes Palangka Raya.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, on behalf of the organizer, here I have a few announcements to make before the opening ceremony begins. To ensure everyone has the opportunities to gain the most from this webinar session, please follow the ground rules as listed on the screen. First, your microphone will be automatically muted. Two, you will have the opportunity to engage with the panelists and each other via link questions box. Be respectful of other participants and panelists. Keep your comments on topic and succinct. Submit your questions to the panelists in the Q&A window. You may mention the panelist name to address your questions. Do not post any request for technical support in the chat room. Do not provide your feedback about the quality of the sessions in the chat room. You will be given the opportunity to do this by completing a survey at the webinar's conclusion. And lastly, the webinar is recorded and is live streamed on the YouTube Poltekkes Kemenkes Palangka Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, the opening ceremony is going to start shortly. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ratno Ayu Hapsari. It's my honor to be Master of Ceremony for today's event. To the Honorable, the Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Palangka Raya, Mrs. Dini Magister Kesehatan. To the Honorable Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes in Indonesia. The Honorable all keynote speakers, Professor Andrew J. McNabb, Sister Merceditas O.N. SPC PhD, Dr. Yayanti Mala, Professor Dr. Sri Suryawati, and Mrs. Eva Betty Talutondok, Master of Science PhD candidate, and respectable all participants of this seminar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you on our first Health Forum and International Seminar. The theme of the seminar is the new normal, creating a pleasant virtual communication. We appreciate everyone here for taking time to join our remarkable seminar. To start our opening ceremony this morning, allow me to read today's agendas. First, opening by Master of Ceremony. Secondly, listening to Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by March Poltekkes Kemenkes Palangka Raya. Then, prayer recitation. After that, welcoming speech by the Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Palangka Raya, followed by the opening of the seminar. And then closing, finally, group photo session. Those are today's agenda, which will be presented soon. Ladies and gentlemen, to start our seminar, we would like to invite you to be seated straightly and let's listen to Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by March Poltekkes Kemenkes Palangka Raya.
Jangan
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, to seek blessings from the Almighty, I would like to invite Mr. Teguh Supriyono, Magister Science, to lead the prayer recitation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak, Ibu, serta para hadirin sekalian, sebelum memulai acara ini, marilah sejenak kita tundukkan kepala, bermohon kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, semoga kita selalu mendapatkan ridhonya, dan semua yang kita lakukan terhitung sebagai amal ibadah di sisinya. Amin. Izinkan kami berdoa menurut ajaran agama Islam. Mohon untuk keyakinan lain menyesuaikan. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamd kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhika wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, pada hari ini, dengan memohon ridho-Mu, izinkanlah kami melaksanakan kegiatan seminar internasional dengan tema New Normal, Creating Design Virtual Communication. Allahumma ya Allah, Ya Rabbana, jadikanlah acara seminar ini yang juga dalam rangka menyambut Disnatalis Poltekkes Kemenkes Palangka Raya ke-19 sebagai majelis ilmu yang bermanfaat, menambah wawasan kami, meningkatkan rasa persaudaraan kami, dan memacu semangat kami dalam meningkatkan kualitas kami. Ya Allah, Ya Karim, berkahilah acara kami. Acara ini ditujukan hanya untuk memohon ridho-Mu, Ya Allah, dan untuk meningkatkan kiprah Poltekkes Kemenkes Palangka Raya dalam kancah internasional. Untuk itu, Ya Allah, berikanlah petunjuk dan bimbingan kepada kami. Allahumma ya Allah ya Tawaf, jadikanlah kami semua yang hadir di sini insan yang memiliki sifat amanah. Jika kami pemimpin, jadikanlah pemimpin yang amanah. Jika kami pengajar, jadikanlah pengajar yang amanah. Jika kami pembelajar, jadikanlah pembelajar yang amanah. Karena kami yakin, Ya Allah, keridhaan-Mu akan hadir pada insan yang memiliki sifat amanah. Ya Allah, Ya Rabb, anugerah kepada kami tekad, kekuatan, keikhlasan, lindungan, dan bimbingan untuk menjalankan amanah dan berkarya untuk kemajuan institusi dan bangsa kami. Ya Allah, ilhamkanlah kepada kami kecerdasan, kami jernihkanlah pikiran kami, dan mudahkanlah kami dalam memahami ilmu, serta lindungilah kami dari godaan setan yang terkutuk. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Rabbana dhalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana wa la tahmil 'alaina isran kama hamaltahu 'alal ladzina min qablina. Rabbana wa la tuhammilna ma la taqata lana bih wa'fu 'anna waghfir lana warhamna anta maulana fansurna 'alal qaumil kafirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Teguh, for the prayer recitations just now. Hopefully, our seminar goes smoothly. Ladies and gentlemen, next we are now going to listen to the welcome speech given by the Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Palangka Raya, Mrs. Dini, Magister Kesehatan, and also to open the seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Dini, Magister Kesehatan.
The Honorable Director of Poltekkes throughout Indonesia, the Honorable all speakers of 2020 Health Forum and International Seminar, Professor Andrew McNabb from University of British Columbia, Canada. Sister Mercedes from Saint Paul University, Philippines. Dr. Yeyen Timala from Poltekkes Kemenkes Palangka. Profesor Dr. Sri Suryawati from Universitas Gajah Mada. Epa Berti from National Taipei University of Nursing of Health Science, Taiwan. The Honorable Management Educator Student of Poltekkes Kemenkes Palangka. All beloved participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, selamat pagi, good morning. Praise to the Almighty God, because of His grace we can meet virtually to attend the 2020 Health Forum and International Seminar. On this special occasion, I would like to thank all the speakers for being here today. I also welcome all participants from Indonesia, England, Japan, Australia, Taiwan, Philippines, and Thailand. Thank you for attending our seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, this year has been a challenging one for all us. Most of us are still working hard to address the biggest health crisis of our time. In academic setting, students and lecturers adjust to virtual learning during campus closures. This may bring both positive and negative consequences, especially in terms of communication. Therefore, this seminar will raise the theme, the new normal, creating and pleasant virtual communication. Ladies and gentlemen, this year also marked the 19th anniversary of Poltekkes Kemenkes Palangka. Hence, we are proud to present our very first international seminar. WEB also held a photo essay competition which has been going on during the month of October. I like to thank more than 30 teams who participated in the call for photo essay. At the end of this event, we will announce the winners of this photo essay competition. All manuscripts that have been submitted will be published in the Global Health Management Journal, an international journal indexed by Crosscraft, DOEG, OCLC, ORCID, Google Scholar, and Garuda. On this special occasion, I also want to extend my appreciation to the committee of this seminar, who worked hard for the last 8 months. Moreover, I also express my great appreciation to the in-school team, especially Mr. Doni Sinaga, for supporting and facilitating our committee. I hope to continue our effective and successful collaboration in the future. Finally, I hope that all participants will benefit from this seminar. Enjoy this event and have a great time.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Dini. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the opening ceremony. Thank you very much for your participation, and we really hope that you will have an interesting and inspiring seminar. However, before we continue to the main agenda, I would like to invite all participants to turn on the camera for the group photo session. As we have a few slides, I will guide you in taking the photo sessions. Okay, the first slide. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Next slide. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. The 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 next slide. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. So, yeah, the previous one is the last slide. So we finished with our group photo session. Thank you, everyone. And ladies and gentlemen, as we have finished our opening ceremony, we are now continuing to the main agenda, that is to hear the keynote speakers, which will be delivered by Professor Andrew J. McNabb from University of British Columbia, Vancouver, Canada. Sister Merceditas O. Ang, STC PhD from St. Paul University, Philippines. Dr. Yayan Timala from Poltekkes Kemenkes Palangka, Indonesia. Mrs. Eva Betty Talutondo, Master of Science, PhD candidate from National Taipei University of Nursing and Health Science, Taiwan. Professor Dr. Sri Suryawati from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. To lead the next session, I would like to invite Mr. Nersyamani, Magister Keperawatan, and Mrs. Agnesia Clarissa Serra, Master of Food Science Technology, to moderate the seminar today. Mr. Syamani is one of lecturer in nursing department, graduated from Universitas Indonesia, and he specializes in psychiatric and mental health nursing. While for Mrs. Agnes is one of lecturer in nutrition department. She is graduated from the University of Queensland, Australia, and specializes in nutrition, food science, technology. Both moderators, Mr. Syam and Mrs. Agnes, have acquired outstanding achievements. To Mr. Syam and Mrs. Agnes, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Retno, for giving us the time to lead the seminar session. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Syamani, and we are together with Mrs. Agnes Clarissa Serra. It is our pleasure to the moderators for this seminar. And today we are also very glad as we already have 5 speakers joining in this session. And for this first round, we are pleased to welcoming Prof Andrew McNabb, a very special guest from Canada. Hello, Prof. How are you? Okay. Yes, it is still morning in Indonesia, Prof.
Yes,
yeah.
You're ahead of me. It's evening here, but it's a great pleasure to be with you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And before his presentation, I will read a brief introduction of him. Professor Andrew McNabb. He is a distinguished scholar at the University of British Columbia in Canada. Highly respected as a specialist in children's medicines, he is also an award-winning researcher. Many of his initiatives involving novel educational approach and application of leading-edge technology to improve healthcare delivery have been adopted nationally and internationally. Professor McNabb has contributed to all the ICAS events organized by InSchool, our partner in this 2020 Health Forum and International Seminar. He is also the editor-in-chief of the Global Health Management Journal and a peer reviewer for the many of the world's leading journals. Currently, he divides his time between his research program in Canada international aid projects that promote child and family health in Africa, and educational strategies to engage the next generation of healthcare providers. Okay, Prof McNabb, you will have around 30 minutes to give presentation, and I reminding for all the participants, if you have any questions, you can type and then in the chat room, both in Zoom or the YouTube channel of Poltekkes Palangka. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcoming our first speaker, Professor McNabb.
Thank you very much for your kind comments. Can I just check that you can hear me correctly?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly.
Everything is good, thank you. I'm sorry I'm not able to show the background that you're all enjoying, but it's night time here in Canada, and I don't have a way to illuminate the wall appropriately so that the green screen can show. It's a privilege to be with you. I wish I was there in person. I enjoy being in Indonesia and also in Bangkok for the ICASH events, but obviously with the new normal, that is not possible. So I commend your committee for making this webinar happen using modern technology. It's not easy speaking using Zoom. You don't have the pleasure of seeing your audience and knowing that what you're saying is being understood. But I will do my best to go through this topic that I've been asked to speak about, which is why and how you should write up your research as a scientific paper. Now, there are lots of reasons why we write papers. Obviously, it may be that we have an idea that it's important to share. We may, through research or a review of literature or through experience in the community, have learnt information which it would be valuable to share with other people. And some of you, as part of your progression through the degree process to do masters and doctorates, are really expected to publish as part of the way of sharing your knowledge and disseminating good ideas and new science so other people can learn from you. But don't underestimate how difficult it is to write a good paper. I've written a great many, but each time I sit down to write another one, I have to think carefully, and believe me, I follow the general rules that I'm going to share with you now, as they are the best formula for success. So whatever your reason for writing a paper, the process of doing so is very much the same, and it is a discipline that has well-defined steps. In terms of finding what kind of paper you want to write, it's very good to read other papers by other authors. Look and find examples that you like in the journals. And when it comes to making a start, ask your supervisor or colleagues who have written papers for advice. A good way now in the time of COVID to identify papers that are good, useful, clear, is to have a journal club. And you can obviously do those online and identify papers that look good and are interesting that you can use as models for your own writing. There are a number of papers that tell you how to write papers and little books. And if you do a Google search or a PubMed search, you will find those, and they will have similar points to the ones I'm going to share with you. And when you finally come down to setting out to write your paper, check the guidelines for authors in the journal that you want to submit to. I put a link in my handout for this presentation to the Global Health Management Journal, which has very clear guidelines and is an example of what you will find with other journals. One thing we should say at this point is that whilst you must look at other papers to get an idea of how to write them, it's very important not to copy other people's papers. I was once rather surprised to find a paper I had written be reproduced almost word for word with all the diagrams by somebody who had just changed the author's name. And obviously that is cheating, it's plagiarism, and it's definitely something you must not do. So use other papers as a model, but don't copy them. Now, when I was a medical student in England a long time ago, in the last century, there was a very famous writer called Richard Asher, very simple writing. And one of his suggestions was that there are 6 key words which we should be using to make sure that all the elements of information that are necessary in a paper are put together. And we'll be mentioning several as we go through, but it's basically what you did, why you did it, when you did it, where you did it, and who you did it with, and most importantly, how your method was put together, how your paper was constructed. And we'll be using these words as a theme for building our framework for our paper as we go through the session now. And I would commend you to make sure that when you're writing, you have those words and you tick off that you have included all that information. So there are lots of ways of looking at a paper, and in a medical context, it's usually looked at in sort of an anatomical way, but the other way to do it is, again, to follow the guidelines for authors, which tells you how your paper should be constructed. The other valuable thing in the guidelines for authors, it will tell you what kind of papers the journal you are thinking about accepts for publication. The standard paper is an original paper or a research paper of the kind you're most used to, but others may be a review. Usually those are invited, but it can be a review of a topic, a review of the literature, a review of educational material, a review of social media information. It can be a case study, just a single case. It can be a brief communication. It can sometimes be a letter to the editor. That's usually about somebody else's paper that you want to add to or comment about. And then something which many of you are now aware of because you've written one is a photo essay. Photo essays are really nice in that they combine a sequence of photographs that illustrate the key elements of your research or your study. They really tell the story, the who, the what, the how, the when, and then with good captions to explain those photos, you link them together with a very short text and some references. Not all that many journals take photo essays, but it's a very good way to write up reports and projects that you are presenting internally as part of your education. And if you can find journals like the Global Health Management Journal that have photo essays, I would suggest to you that that's something you should consider, because it's a nice mixture of information. So let's look at the anatomy now. And obviously you start with your title, and the title needs to be simple. We all tend to want to cram too much information into our title. But again, think back to the titles you find when you do searches on Google Scholar or PubMed. The shorter titles are better, and work with them to come up with a final version that is clear, easily understood, not too technical, and above all, concise. A title should be short. Indeed, some journals only allow you so many spaces to for your complete title. So check the guidelines for authors, be concise, and keep trying titles. Write them in, edit them, change the words around until you come up with something you like. A common mistake is to ask a question. You know, do anti-malarials help children avoid being absent from school? Question mark. It's not really the best way to create a title. It's much better to say anti-malarials treatment to reduce absenteeism from school. Make a statement rather than asking a question if you can. The abstract. The abstract is an important piece, and it's an important piece for a number of reasons. It's what you will find when you go to Google Scholar, and it's what most people will read about your work. They'll look at the title and they'll look at the abstract. So again, work on your abstract to really make it a short but complete overview, a summary of what your paper says, and keep it informative and interesting. You're allowed to make brief points. It doesn't have to have the flow of sentences that you might use in another paper. It can almost be point form. And there are always word limits. The better the journal, the shorter the word limit, because they expect you to get your information condensed. Part of the abstract, although it usually occurs at the bottom, is adding keywords. And these are important because they are what brings somebody to your abstract and your work when they are searching a topic. So you pick your keywords to really cover the main issues that your paper is covering, the topic that it's covering. So again, going back to the example of a quote, malaria, schools, absenteeism, preventive treatment, teacher-driven testing and medication, those kind of things are the key words, which in fact, when you type them into Google Scholar, are what brings up your abstract and your paper. Again, general advice there is you don't include in your list of keywords words that are already in the title. The title is already searched for keywords, so it should be other words rather than the ones in the title. Don't duplicate your title words in your keywords. Now, most journals want you to write what is called a structured abstract, which is essentially 4 sections. And even if the journal you're writing for doesn't ask for a structured abstract, I would still suggest you try and in your mind divide up and provide the information that gives an introduction or a background, really why you've done your study, why your paper is important, what gap in knowledge does it address? Then you tell people briefly the methods you used, how you did your study, what tests you used, who you recruited. And then in the results, this is obviously the meat of your presentation. If it's a scientific paper, the meat of your paper is the results. How many, the statistics, what was positive, what was negative. And then a conclusion, 1 or 2 sentences, really saying what your results mean, how it changes knowledge, and what the future directions might be. So use that structure very carefully when you're asked for it, and even when you're not, use it as a guide to how you prepare your abstract. Your abstract really should tell the story of your paper who knows nothing, to people who know nothing about your work. So that's the aim of your abstract. Now, in your introduction, in the body of the main paper, there's a tendency for us to write too much in this section. So again, the aim is to describe quite briefly, and here we come to those 6 key words, what your paper is about. What are you studying? What is the issue? What is the question that you're asking? Then you put that in context by explaining why the topic and what you're writing about is relevant or important. You know, what is known, what is unknown. And if something is unknown, what it is that is missing and how you in your paper are filling the gap in the lack of knowledge. And when you've presented that, at the end, you really state your research question and how you're studying that question. And effectively and ideally, that is a hypothesis. A hypothesis, it's a Greek word, and it simply means what you believe. So again, in the context of malaria, the research question we would study is whether or not teaching teachers how to diagnose and treat malaria makes it possible for children to avoid missing school. So put alternatively, the hypothesis usually starts with that. So the hypothesis would be that teacher-driven diagnosis and treatment of malaria decreases morbidity as measured by children's absence from school. So a hypothesis is really a refinement of your research question. But your introduction should be brief and, as I say, set the scene, say what you're studying and how you do it. Then you come to the material and methods section. And I should say at this point, it's very important to keep the material you have in each of these sections separate. Don't put bits from that should be in a particular section in other places. And the material and methods is what you did, how you did it. So did you use, again, in the malaria scenario, using a point of care, finger prick, rapid diagnostic test as approved by the World Health Organization. Where did you do it? The malaria studies we did were in Western Uganda. When did you do them? We did ours in 2016, 2017, 2018. Who did we do them on? We did them in rural schools, school teachers and high school pupils. Why did we do it? The why here relates more to the way you do your analysis. So here again, we would be explaining in the context of malaria that absence from school is a surrogate, it's an alternative for morbidity, bad effects from malaria. So these are really very important parts of the section. I will be stressing this later. Your methods section should describe what you do or what you've done in a way that enables somebody else to repeat your study. If you don't provide all that information so that somebody else could repeat your study, your materials and methods section is missing important things. Then obviously your results section is what you found out. This is your way you put your numbers, your diagrams, your graphs and tables. This isn't really a place for words. Much better to use tables, graphs and numbers. Support what you write with statistics where you can do that. And it's very important, going back to what I said before about what you put in which section. The results section is not the place to say what your results mean. This is just the results. And please, as a reviewer, make sure your math is correct. When you report percentages, they should add up to 100, for instance. It's a very common error for math to be incorrect. Now, the discussion is the part that beginners have most trouble with because they tend to write too much. And again, it's very important to have structure. Begin the discussion with a short paragraph that summarizes your paper. It's almost your abstract in miniature to set the scene for the discussion. We found that when teachers are taught to do rapid diagnostic testing and treat children immediately they are diagnosed, that their children's health improves and they miss less school. And if you have stated a hypothesis, you can say at this point if your hypothesis has been proved by the data you're reporting. Again, be concise, but be informative. Focus on the important parts of what you found, not small details. And this is the place where you put what you have found in context with other studies. So this is where you would say that X and Y tried treating children twice a year with antimalarials and had some success. Somebody else did it once a year. Other people say parents should be responsible. You put those other points of view to provide a reference point for the results you're presenting. And remember that if you get results that are unexpected, as you often do, discussing those is often very valuable. An important part of your discussion is the limitations paragraph. This, again, allows a reviewer in particular to understand that you recognize that your study wasn't perfect. Perhaps you had relatively small numbers. Perhaps you have some data that is missing. Perhaps a more expensive test would have been more specific, but you didn't have the funding available for that. Think through the limitations. And again, that helps with comments, because if you think through what a reviewer may identify as a potential presence, a center next. You know, we recommend that our data be tested in a bigger trial or in another country or something. And then finally, sometimes you offer a conclusion, a few sentences, you would take the away message of your paper. And if you aren't asked for a conclusion, usually the last couple of sentences of your discussion should be this takeaway message. And just remember, very few people will read all through your paper. They will go online, they will see your abstract and your title, And if they're interested, very, very, very few people actually start at the beginning of your paper and read it all the way through. This is why these sections must follow this format so that somebody your paper can find what they need. References are important. Pay attention to the format required. There are different ways of doing that, which it may be Vancouver style, which is numbers in the text. It may be APA, like Global Health Journal, where the authors and the year are put in.
It seems basic Prof McNabb.
Seems there is connection problem with Professor McNabb.
Yep.
Or maybe we'll continue to the next session.
I'm sorry, we're a very long way from each other. I think that's why there were connection problems. Did you hear any of that, or
okay, we
like
can
go
hear
back
you.
to the conclusion?
Okay.
Where did we lose the
Your voice is now very clear, Professor.
Okay, where did we lose the text? Did we get to the discussion or the conclusion?
Okay, we can go to the conclusion, maybe.
Okay, let's just go to the conclusion then. The conclusion, some journals like you to actually have a heading conclusion. It should be the takeaway message of your paper, just a few sentences. And even if they don't ask for a conclusion, the last sentences of your discussion should really be that takeaway message. In reality, the conclusion in your abstract is what people will read. Nobody will read through your papers probably from beginning to end. They will look at your abstract online and then probably read the end of your conclusion to see if they're interested in reading the whole paper. And then references, in case you didn't hear that, pay attention to the format required. Pay attention to the format required and the number you're allowed, and accurately cite any new statement, any statements that are made by other authors. This is perhaps the most important tip that you won't find in other write-ups. Spell check the manuscript. As a reviewer, it's extraordinary how often manuscripts come in where clearly nobody has used the spell check function. And you need to read your paper as if you were a reviewer. Think what additional information somebody might want to know, what references they might want to see, what limitations they might want. Also, read through a printout. We're all used to reading computers and we're all used to cutting and pasting our documents. Again, as a reviewer, it's very common to find that somebody's obviously cut and pasted a section, and when they've read through it on a screen, they've missed the fact that they haven't edited it correctly. You'll pick that up in a printout. All the co-authors on your paper must read the final version. And all of you must, if you possibly can, have an English editor read your paper. It's very hard for you to submit in English, and you all do extremely well. If I was to write a paper in your language, I would never get it published. So you all do very well, but it really does help if you get an English editor to check that the words you've used actually mean what you want. and then add acknowledgements for where you've had funding, and make sure that your affiliations to your school or university are listed there. And then when you submit, go online. Each journal is different in terms of what they want. Some want separate files, captions.
Okay, thank you, Prof. What a very interesting presentation. And we have 15 minutes for Q&A questions. And for the first questions, we will open for the participant. Please raise your hand if you want to ask something for Prof McNabb. Okay, I see Mr. Marcel has raised his hand. Okay, Mr. Marcel, go on with your questions.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi there.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for the moderator. I am Marcel, professor. I'm teacher here in Palangka Health Polytechnic. So I have the first thing is thanks for your valuable presentation, Prof. And this is a good chance to us to hear such as new information, new issue, international issue from the expert today. So I have two questions actually. Yeah, the first one is how to ensure the novelty value, the research topic we are going to create and differentiate it from what others have discussed before. As a novice writer, and then what are your suggestions to start and then to publish papers in the reputable journals? So I think this is two kind of question for you, Mr. McNabb. Thank you.
Sure. I'm happy to answer those. Can you hear me okay? Connection is good, okay. Most of us, when we start out, think, well, I'll never have an idea for a paper. I'll never have an idea that's interesting enough to put into a paper. But in reality, you will, because you have a very unique view, you have a unique life experience. The people you meet in your teaching or your practice are novel to you, and therefore you do have a view on how they behave, how they react to medicine, how they learn, which is valuable. So your point of view is unique and valuable. Try and look up on something like a Google search around the topic, and you will obviously, it's very upsetting when you do a search and you find somebody's just published a paper looking at exactly the same thing as you have, but you will always find that there is something different. They will have had a different age group in the population, or they will have treated them for a shorter time, or they will not have, if it's a child-related topic, they didn't involve the parents. There will be some aspect of the study which you have a different perspective on, and that's where you, in your introduction, frame your paper around your novel information, the gap in the knowledge that you are filling. So you should look at what is already written and then look to see which aspects of your work you can present in a novel way. In terms of being a novice, everybody has to start somewhere. Often you will begin writing as a co-author on somebody else's paper. My first paper, or one of my early ones, was in the Lancet, which was very nice. but it just so happens that my professor at the time wrote the paper, and because I had contributed to the ideas, he very generously included me as an author. And then ultimately you begin to design your own research, design your own studies, and you move up to being the first author. So learn from being a co-author on a paper as well.
Yeah.
The other thing I would just say is just sit down and write. Put your ideas down on paper.
Yes.
Use that framework. Don't feel squashed and that you have nothing valuable to offer. You do. Your insights are valuable. And start writing and submit. Look at the reviewer's comments. Improve on the basis of the reviewer's comments, and you will be published.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Great pleasure.
Okay, Mr. Marcel, I think that's answer your questions, isn't it?
Yes, it is clear for me. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marcel.
Yeah.
And we will go for the next questions. And I read from the chat room. This is one question from Mr. Teguh. I read in your paper that writing a paper is not always easy. What are your suggestions to make writing a scientific paper easier and potentially accepted? So please to Prof McNabb to answer that questions.
Sure. Again, a little bit like the last answer. First of all, read other people's papers so that you get an idea of what is a good paper, what is a clear paper, and then identify something about your work that is a little bit different, and use the framework we've just gone through that is there in the handout for you, and submit. And what will happen is you will get reviewers' comments back, and some reviewers are very unkind, let's be honest, but good reviewers will actually go through your paper, and their comments will show you what is missing, what you can improve, where you've maybe made a mistake in your math, where there is a reference that is missing that you need to put in. And so you dab away the tears that you have when you're rejected by a reviewer, and you sit down and you make those changes, and if you're allowed to, you resubmit to the same journal, and hopefully it'll be published. If not, submit to another one with those improvements made. And using the reviewer's comments to improve your paper is part of the discipline of that. And I see you're asking about the characteristics of language in scientific papers. Yes, there are certain words that you should and shouldn't use, and I'll come to that in a moment. The most important characteristics of language are, again, the ones we've discussed, to make sure that you include information that provides the what you did, why you did it, how you did it, when and where and who you did it on. If your paper says all of those things, that's 90% of what you need. You must make your methods clear, as I explained, because if I can't repeat your paper, can't repeat your study, then what you're writing is actually not very much use. My professor always used to tell me that the methods section was actually the most important part of a paper for that reason. I think we always think the discussion is, because our ideas and our interpretation, we think we're pretty smart, and that's most important. But just think of an example where in 5 or 10 years' time, there is new information, new tests. Your your interpretation of your results may be incorrect. But that new information, if your paper is well written, will allow your data to be reanalyzed. And most importantly, at that time, if the method section is good, somebody will redo your paper, redo the test. As an example of the language, you must be very careful of the word significant. We always want to say our study is significant, or what we found is significant, meaning it's important or relevant. But using important or relevant is better unless you have statistical proof. This is where you use the word significant. Your finding is significant if there is statistical significance. Otherwise, use the word important, or robust is another one. Robust meaning strong.
Okay, thank you,
I hope
Prof.
that answers your question.
Yeah, it is already 15 minutes for the Q&A sessions. And we also thank you so much, Prof. McNabb. I believe all the participants have been inspired by your sessions. And we hope after this seminar, we'll start to write up the research as a scientific paper. So, Prof. McNabb, before we end this first session, could you please convey your closing statements to encourage people in both Zoom and our YouTube channel, please, Prof. McNabb?
Yes, let's go back to the conclusion slide just to make that important. If we could just see that concluding slide. Going back to what the answer to my question is, whether you should write on it, just do it. Get on and write a paper, okay? Just do it. Don't delay. Use Ash's 6 words, the what, where, what, sorry, when, where, what, who, how, and why. Make sure that information is there. Read other papers and the instructions for authors to get the guidance you need. Get other people to read your paper. A story against myself is I would write these complicated papers and I would have my wife read them. And she said, I don't understand what you're saying. So it's not what you like that is on the page that matters. It's what somebody else can understand and get something from. So you have to rewrite your paper to make sure it's interesting and informative. And use the reviewer's comments when you get them back to make your paper and resubmit. And then when your paper is published, pause to celebrate. It's a big success, so well done. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Very interesting talk. So we can conclusion, just sit down, write, and put your idea in paper, like Prof. McNabb said. Once again, thank you, Prof. McNabb. See you again in the last sessions. It's been an honor.
Great pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Okay, we'll continue to the next session. Yeah, I'll briefly introduce you to our second speaker. She is the president of St. Paul University, Philippines in Tuguegarao City, Cagayan, Philippines. In 2005, she attained her doctoral degree in educational leadership and management with high distinction and achieved the Outstanding Dissertation Award from the La Salle University, Manila. In 2002, she attained her master's degree in educational management with high distinction from the La Salle University, Manila. Lately, she has been awarded as the Outstanding UNESCO Club Educator of the Philippines and Global Education Leadership Awardee from World Education Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sister Merceditas Oeng, STC, PhD.
Good day, everyone. Greetings to you all from the Philippines. Thank you to Health Polytechnic of Palangka for inviting me and for this opportunity to talk on the topic Learning in the New Normal, Positive Convergence of Technology, Quality, and Sustainability. All of us are affected by the COVID-19 pandemic that caused disruptions in education, healthcare, economy, travels, and impacting the way we live, study, work, think, and interact. During this pandemic, we consider the health and well-being of people as most important. In fact, the medical doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals and clinicians who are frontliners in the fight against the coronavirus are now considered as the new heroes in the colonial era. Health education and mental health issues are crucial and relevant today as we navigate adverse situations, manage stress, cope with loss of jobs and loved ones, and deal with the quarantine fatigue. In the education sector, online learning catapulted into the forefront due to the restriction of face-to-face classes. Learning modalities have changed, and education is transforming into the new normal. School leaders, policymakers, teachers, educators, students, parents, we are all trying to make sense out of this unprecedented situation that needs unconventional wisdom. Education in this new normal is challenging. Hopefully, we can move forward with open minds, positive perspectives, and steadfast faith that we can make it. Communication is very important and vital during this pandemic. We need to communicate clearly, positively, and effectively. More so in virtual learning because there is no physical presence and interaction of the teacher with the students. In the digital platform of teaching and learning, the teacher needs to be creative and innovative in communicating to get the interest and attention of the students, thus make the learning process more engaging and interactive. Learning in the new normal is full of challenges, particularly in terms of quality of content, delivery, and assessment of online learning, cost of investment in technology and digital infrastructure, lack of internet connectivity and electronic gadgets, and the digital divide issue, data privacy concerns and cybersecurity, training and upskilling of the digital skills of teachers, staff, and students, teaching strategies in the new normal, the financial constraints for salaries and school operations, especially with decrease in enrollment, the safety and mental health issues of students and employees, physical and geographical restrictions and health protocols, internship, on-the-job training, clinical immersion and laboratory classes, industry linkages and employability of graduates. Educators in this new normal need to communicate and exemplify positive disposition and mindset that we will help to adjust to the disruptions, to manage our stress, and take care of our physical and mental health and well-being. Resilient attitude and skills to easily adapt to changes, cope with adverse situations, and bounce back amid setbacks. agile approach in tasks and responsibilities that deliver efficient, effective, prompt, value-added, and high-impact results and services. Integral framework of transformative education anchored on quality teaching and learning, technological solutions, and sustainable development for a better future. Strategic management and leadership focused on connectivity to the institutional vision mission, promotive of students and employees' welfare, responsive to the societal needs, and supportive of national and global peace and unity. Empathy and compassion towards the teachers, students, parents, healthcare frontliners, law enforcers, workers, and all those who are affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. The education sector is tremendously affected and disrupted by the pandemic. So we need to rethink and redesign our learning model to come up with something that would be more adaptive to the transforming world today and tomorrow. Except for schools which engaged in online learning before the pandemic, many schools now are in panic and survival mode, doing online learning, flexible learning option, of both synchronous and asynchronous, distance learning and remote teaching, or hybrid of online and modular learning for those with internet connectivity limitations. The educational landscape is changing and reshaping, and so we need to be creative, resilient, smart, and adaptive. Remote teaching and online learning in the new normal needs to communicate a holistic and integral learning model that is effective and doable. Learning in the new normal calls for a new way of teaching and communicating using the digital platforms of the learning management system, video conferencing, teleconferencing, and any other forms of technology-enabled learning. We need to communicate what is essential and positive and stimulate the thinking process of the students to come up with interactive, engaging, and effective virtual learning. In the new normal, the teaching and learning process revolve around three vital elements: technology, equality, and sustainability. This pandemic has emphasized the importance of technology-enabled learning in the new normal. Technology has truly revolutionized the delivery of education, especially when internet was introduced. The new and emerging cutting-edge educational technologies are tools that we can use to facilitate learning. During this pandemic, we continue our classes through online learning. The flexible modality of both synchronous and asynchronous learning, the blended and hybrid delivery to suit the context of the learners and reach out to those with limited or no internet connectivity. Some schools engage in distance education and massive open online courses, or what we call MOOC. What is important to consider is the compatibility of the digital platforms and learning management system that we use with the hardware, the computing skills, and gadgets of the users. In teaching courses in medicine, nursing, pharmacy, medical technology, midwifery, and other health-related programs, the laboratory courses and clinical immersion in hospitals are discouraged due to the risk of the coronavirus. So it is difficult to communicate and explain to the students online without the specimen that they can see and touch. At St. Paul University, Philippines, we use 3D simulations and virtual reality. As you can see on the screen, we have subscribed to the Lectorio LMS for the students taking up medicine, nursing, and allied health sciences. Through the said learning platform, teachers and students may access to an array of learning resources or video lectures, simulations in 3D models, interactive assessments, quizzes, examinations, testing assets or test banks, and clinical medical case scenarios for their academic engagement activities. Combining science, technology, and medical education, SPUP Lectorio fosters learning tools for the students as they endeavor to master the needed knowledge, skills, and attitudes to become outstanding healthcare and medical providers. Lectorious content is contributed by physicians and educators from top caliber medical schools like Harvard University, Johns Hopkins University, and University College of London. For the laboratory experiments, since we do not have face-to-face classes, SPUP subscribed to Labster, with its virtual laboratories in the different science courses, so the teachers can choose the experiments that they would like to do. Quality is a vital component of technology-enabled learning, particularly with respect to content and delivery, authentic assessment of learning outcomes, and process management of operations and quality assurance. The transition from the in-phase to online learning revolves around the quality of teaching and learning process and outcomes. The students and teachers are adjusting to the virtual learning environment. There is also a need for the teacher to consider the quality of relationship with the students and to empathize with their state of psychological well-being. The pandemic is causing a lot of stress to students and their parents. The teachers and school administrators are likewise pressured to ensure the quality of education in the online and flexible learning modalities. So, the quality of communication is important. The school leaders can boost the morale and inspire the teachers and students with caring words that communicate compassion, understanding, and willingness to help in these difficult times. A prevailing concern today is sustainability. For others, it's even survival, viability, or how to keep afloat during this pandemic. The schools are confronted with problems like low enrollment, losses, and financial constraints, complaints of students, training of teachers, investing on technology, and other concerns. School administrators and teachers are like walking on a tightrope during this pandemic, confronted with the uncertainty of the school reopening, the availability of vaccine for COVID-19, adjusting and adapting to the changing technological frontiers that require new skills and observing health and safety protocols. School leadership in this COVID era entails strategic resiliency, innovation, and sustainable development. To move forward, now more than ever, we need resiliency, strategy, courage, competence, and openness and flexibility to adapt and adjust to the changes and disruptions going on, and to learn to cope with the inconvenience and difficulty. School leaders who display strategic resiliency would have the conviction and character to engage in reforms, paradigm shift, transition, transformation, and recovery effort. It is imperative to focus on sustainable development and innovation in order to survive and thrive in the present, and thus ensure that we would have a bright future. Education and training system need to keep pace with the new demands of labor markets that are continually challenged by technological disruption, demographic change, shifting business models, and the evolving nature of work. Let me share a sustainable, quality-based, technology-driven education framework which can be a useful guide for educators in the new normal and beyond. It is a learning model of positive convergence of technology, quality, and sustainability. We need to focus on the essential components of a sustainable, quality-based, technology-driven education in the new normal and beyond. As you can see in the screen, the SQTE framework is a convergence and integration of quality pedagogy, technology as a learning modality, and sustainability through innovations and networking with stakeholders. A holistic education must be anchored on the basic tenet of lifelong education, which is seamless, borderless, and a continuing development of the full potentials of the human person in both formal and informal setting. This principle liberates us from the traditionally structured and compartmentalized subject teaching and the technical requisites of schooling. Sustainability is a primary consideration, especially when we deal with enrollment, salaries of teachers and personnel, employability of graduates, and other administrative concerns. And of course, the survival and sustainable development of the school during this pandemic and beyond. To be sustainable, the school must network with the stakeholders and be responsive to their needs in context, particularly with the students, teachers, parents, alumni, and the community where they belong. The common problem now is limited internet connectivity and the working parents who are also tutors at home. We have to monitor also the government policies and subsidies. We need to collaborate with partners in the academic and industry and match the skills of graduates with the needs of the labor market. And we have to align school programs and endeavors to meet the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and the principles of education for sustainable development. It is imperative to focus on sustainable development and innovation in order to survive and thrive in the present, and thus ensure that we will have a bright future as well. Education and training systems need to keep pace with the new demands of labor markets that are continually challenged by technological disruption, shifting business models, and the evolving nature of work. Sustainability would also entail continuing innovations, specializations, and niche programs, strong connectivity and interface with the industry and civil society, research, collaboration with local and international partners in the academic industry, care for people and the environment, and global citizenship education. Next is quality. The quality of education is most important. The content design and the content of the learning materials will really matter in the learning process, engagement, and experience of the learner rather, and the teacher also. So the curriculum and instruction should be of premium quality. A learner-centered interdisciplinary presentation tends to evoke more interest. In online learning, we are concerned about the highly skilled courses. So immersive learning and virtual simulations are effective, particularly in laboratory subjects and industry-based skills development. On-the-job training, for example, can now be done virtually. The direction of learning is towards transformation and real-life application of knowledge and skills. The point of contention, however, is on how to authentically assess the learning outcomes in an online platform. The traditional paper and pencil test is now passé in favor of performance-based, project-based, and outcomes-based assessment. Particularly in higher education, the graduates applying for work will not be asked, of course, about scores in the examination, but for their hands on skills or are their competencies, what they can actually do. So it's more of the hands-on skills demanded by the job. The quality of teaching and learning in whatever modality is influenced by the mindset of the teacher and students. That's why it is fundamental for the school to uphold its vision, mission, institutional goals, and core values as embedded in the curriculum and instruction. This defines the unique quality and relevance of the school's educational value proposition, which can be its differentiation factor as well. Intrinsic to quality is training, research, and the development of 21st century learning competencies. 21st century learning is really vital in the context of the fourth industrial revolution that we are in right now. Our contemporary education is highly globalized, borderless, and seamless. And we are moving fast into transnational education and internationalization. Therefore, the universal application of knowledge and skills is the way to go, transcending geographical locations and cultural differences. The universal design of learning caters to all types of learners. In the context of the primacy now of machine learning and the increasing automation of jobs in the industry and changing working models, then we need to future-proof the quality of education, not only to focus on 21st century professional competencies and adeptness of the fourth industrial revolution technologies, but also to enrich the quality of education with values, ethics, and spirituality, soft skills, research, resiliency, and creativity, problem solving and solution fluency, and other qualities of the human person that would make us superior from the humanoid robots and smart machines, which is the trend in the future. Technology is a tool that we can use in school to improve the quality of being human with the responsibility to uplift the quality of life and make the world better. Third is technology. Technology, of course, will not replace teachers, but teachers who use technology will replace those who do not. The digital platform of learning is dominant during this pandemic. The impact of technology in teaching and learning is positively directed. Technology can be a powerful tool that the school can use to improve learning engagement and outcomes. With millennial learners, technology-enabled learning is the way to go. Since the labor market is fast changing due to new technologies and the automation of jobs is displacing the traditional workforce, then we need to strengthen the soft skills as well as the hard skills of our graduates. Amid the hype on technology and machine learning, we need to enrich our curriculum and instruction with values, spirituality, and work ethics, so that our students and graduates become more responsible, well-adjusted, productive, and caring towards people and the environment. As it is said, the real danger is not computers which think like humans, but humans beginning to think like computers. During this pandemic, we continue our classes through online learning. The flexible modality of both synchronous and asynchronous learning, the blended and hybrid delivery to suit the context of the learners and reach out to those with limited or no internet connectivity. Some schools engage in distance education and massive open online courses. What is important to consider is the compatibility of the digital platform and learning management system that we use with the hardware, computing skills, and gadgets of the users. So, of course, it must be user-friendly. The technology that we adopt must be user-friendly, interactive, inclusive, innovative, and adaptive to the needs, interests, and learning styles of the users. There are many technology service and solution providers that offer customized automation of educational systems, process, and services. But we have to be careful with hackers and scammers around. We must ensure the security of our data. Finally, I would like to emphasize that education under the new normal will be more convenient with advanced technologies, but we have to be careful with the cybersecurity issues with hacking and the scammers who might steal our data. Technology-enabled learning is adopted by the schools. Technology solution providers are offering their services with the design and content of learning management systems. Enterprise Resource Plan, which is customized to the automation needs and capabilities of the school, covering online enrollment, payment, course content, and interactive delivery and examination, simulations of laboratory experiments, clinical experience, internship, and on-the-job training, and others are out for grabs in the market. Teachers and students can make good use of educational technology and explore the open sources of learning materials available in the web and the massive open online courses like Coursera, edX, and others. But let us remember that the power and impact of technology in learning is anchored on people engagement and mission-driven goals, quality and values, and sustainable framework of development and continuing innovations. Technology can be a powerful tool that the school can use to improve learning engagement and outcomes and capacitate the students to be job ready. But the real challenge and opportunity for educators today is to produce graduates who are techno-savvy humanists, meaning to say, professionals who are mission-driven, ethical, value and service-oriented, competent, who genuinely care for people and community in national and global perspectives, who uphold environmental stewardship and sustainable development, and promote continuing innovations and lifelong learning, better quality of life and work today and tomorrow. So that is the education in the new normal that we have today. We have to remember that learning has to continue in whatever effective modality, and that education is the bedrock of a just society in the post-COVID world. We have to communicate well, effectively, clearly to everyone that education is very important and potent to national and global development. Thank you very much. Good day.
Okay, thank you, Sister Mercy. It is an interesting topic. And dear fellows, I know you have many questions, but hold on because we will discuss it in the question and answer session. Yeah.
Okay, let's now move on to the next sessions. The next sessions will be delivered by Dr. Yayan Timala. Beforehand, I will read a brief introduction of her. Wife at Desa Kantan Muara for 2 years. And for your information, in this event, she is the chairman of the committee. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our speaker, Mrs. Yayan Timala.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Poltekkes Kemenkes Palangka Raya. This number of participants for this seminar is 1,055 people from Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Taiwan, Thailand, Australia, and Germany. Welcome to Indonesia. We are proud and honored to have you all here today. We are all concerned about the COVID-19, which has not yet been known when it will end. The best option for us is to adapt to continue this life of God's grace. In the capacity of the committee chairman for this international event, my friends and I agreed to take the theme the new normal, creating a pleasant virtual communication. A theme that is different from most seminar themes during the COVID-19 pandemic. I am not very good at communication. I am not even good at speaking English. I only have a heart that dares to care, concern and courage to care I learned from my teacher, Ibu Professor Surya. She is here now. Thank you for coming, Ibu. Also present here is Ibu Eva Talutondok, my teacher more than 20 years ago and who remains my teacher to this day. Thank you for your willingness to come for podcast Palangka Raya to share information and ways of learning from Taiwan. To Professor Magnet and Sister Marcelitas, welcome and thank you for this sweet collaboration. I started this presentation by presenting a caricature of us, Budini, my director, me, and Prof Surya. This is indeed an imaginary conversation. However, our disagreement okay. Yeah, slide 2. Yeah. This is indeed an imaginary conversation. However, our disagreement about what constitutes communication are still frequent. Jadi, perdebatan kita tentang pemahaman tentang komunikasi itu masih kerap terjadi. Budini only in the context of this caricature represents some people who view that effective communication must be face-to-face communication. Jadi Budini dalam karikatur ini mengatakan bahwa komunikasi efektif itu adalah komunikasi tatap muka. However, as said, digital communication is a good choice. Komunikasi digital adalah pilihan yang juga baik. Prof Surya agrees and says that the important thing is to stay in touch and there are many ways to animate emotions. Yang penting sedia sambung rasa dan ada banyak cara untuk melakukan animasi rasa. Next. I think it's very clear, previously explained by Sister Marcelitas too, that our need to improve virtual communication skills, including digital, is more than before the COVID-19 spreads. Next. It is important to know the expert view of the definition of communication. I quote the views of Sven Malros, the family communication expert. He said that communication is really all our behavior, really all, that can be interpreted by others. The iceberg metaphor describes the communication layer quite well. There are 5 levels of communication according to Gary Chapman, from shallow to deep. From the crowded, it becomes less that could reach that deep. Let's have a deeper look on the presentist level. Level pertama, presentist, itu adalah level basa-basi. Umumnya kita menanyakan kabar, hi, hello, good morning, how are you? I'm fine, itu basa-basi. Level kedua, itu adalah reporter talk, menyajikan fakta. Dan makin ke dalam, adalah level berbagi pemikiran. Yang keempat, berbagi emosi atau rasa, dan ini makin sedikit orang bisa mencapai ke sini. Dan yang kelima adalah puncaknya, yaitu level percakapan tulus penuh kasih. Ini umumnya dalam hubungan yang sangat intim antar pasangan. Next. Why do you feel it rather than things about them? The stimulus that enters the brain is always interpreted first by the limbic system as the center of emotions. We also feel something. Then in a slower process, we think about our feels. Jadi kita selalu lebih duluan merasa daripada kita berpikir tentang perasaan itu. Karena lintasan stimulus yang masuk ke otak itu selalu diolah di pusat emosi yaitu sistem limbik, baru dengan lebih perlahan menuju ke korteks cerebri dan barulah kita merasakan, berpikir tentang perasaan kita itu. Daniel Goleman Emotional Intelligence Theory is about giving the cerebral cortex to think about our feelings. Jadi, salah satu teori kecerdasan emosi dari Daniel Goleman mengatakan kecerdasan emosi itu adalah memberikan kesempatan kepada korteks cerebri untuk berpikir tentang perasaan kita. Jadi ketika emosi, kita mengambil waktu untuk tenang, memikirkannya, memikirkan respon yang akan kita ambil yang terbaik. Next. Most people need intimate relationship with other people. Jadi kebutuhan untuk akrab dengan orang lain itu adalah kebutuhan semua orang, entah orang itu menyadarinya atau tidak. People forget what you said. They don't remember what you did, but they never forget how you made them feel. Orang lupa apa yang kamu katakan, orang tidak ingat apa yang kamu buat, tetapi orang tidak pernah lupa bagaimana kamu membuat mereka merasa. Next. The similarity of face-to-face communication, digital communication, is that humans who carry out this communication are emotional creatures. Jadi persamaan antara komunikasi tatap muka dan komunikasi digital adalah manusia yang melakukannya adalah sama-sama makhluk emosi. Emotions are neutral. They are here to accompany an event. Emosi itu pada dasarnya netral. Ia hadir, menyertai atau mengikuti sebuah peristiwa. Tetapi kecenderungan untuk bertindak adalah hal mutlak dalam emosi. Hal ini dapat dimaklumi bahwa akar kata emosi dengan motivasi dari bahasa Latin itu adalah sama, emover, yang artinya adalah bergerak. But the tendency to act is an absolute thing in the emotion, so it is important to be careful. Karena gambarannya seperti itu, maka penting untuk berhati-hati dengan emosi. Emosi with negative valences are controlled, and emotion with positive valences are created. Jadi emosi negatif dikontrol, dikendalikan, dan emosi positif dikreasikan. Becoming more emotionally aware and using it is good advice from communication specialist and emotional intelligence expert. Jadi menjadi sadar akan emosi dan menggunakannya adalah saran yang baik dari para spesialis komunikasi dan ahli kecerdasan emosi. Emotional blackmail is a relationship with the nuances of fear, obligation, and guilt, or FOG. Its main characteristic is that we say yes uncomfortably. Ada istilah pemerasan emosi, di mana nuansa interaksi antar dua orang itu diwarnai oleh rasa takut, rasa wajib, dan rasa bersalah. Karakteristik utamanya adalah kita mengatakan ya tetapi dengan perasaan tidak aman. Sedang terjadi pemerasan emosi di sana. Relationship in the nuances of FOG stifle intimacy and productivity. Tentu saja interaksi dengan pemerasan emosi ini menghambat keintiman dan produktivitas. Pelaku pemerasan emosi umumnya adalah orang dengan sikap mental yang lemah, yang memperoleh kesepakatan dari korbannya. Emotional blackmailer are generally people with weak mental attitudes who get the deal for their victims. They believe that they cannot do something for themselves and should have to make others do it for them. Mereka percaya bahwa mereka tidak dapat melakukannya sendiri dan mereka perlu membuat orang lain melakukan untuk mereka. We must ensure our relationships are free from the fog metaphor of FOG. Itu penting memastikan bahwa hubungan-hubungan yang kita miliki bebas dari metafora kabut FOG. Kabut, rasa takut, rasa wajib, dan rasa bersalah. Next. In every communication, we may become connected or separated. Sungguh-sungguh dalam setiap percakapan, interaksi dengan siapa saja, selalu ada salah satu dari dua kemungkinan ini, yaitu kita menjadi terhubung atau menjadi terpisah. Kita selalu dapat memilih percakapan yang menautkan hati. Nanti saya akan tampilkan contohnya pada slide 24. Next. Sometimes the problem in this section. We always apply the golden law in our relationship. Treat others the way you would like to be treated. Perlakukan orang lain sebagaimana kamu ingin diperlakukan. Ini adalah hukum emas dalam pergaulan. Tetapi kadang-kadang cara ini tidak berhasil. Ada hukum kedua, perlakukan orang lain sebagaimana dia ingin diperlakukan. Ini namanya hukum platina. Jadi dalam setiap interaksi dicermati saja yang pas untuk diberlakukan hukum emas atau hukum platina. Next. Confirming. Sudah jelas ini adalah untuk komunikasi yang tujuannya adalah connected atau yang menyatukan hati. Lakukan beberapa atau salah satu dari 5 poin ini. Ketika ada satu percakapan, interaksi, lakukan pengakuan dengan segera, tidak berjeda panjang. Jadi kalau menerima pesan WhatsApp, segera direspon pada saat membacanya. Jangan menunda, karena menunda itu akan memunculkan emosi negatif. Misalnya rasa sebal, rasa merasa tidak berharga, merasa diabaikan. Yang kedua, bangun perasaan positif. Positive feelings. Rasa bangga, rasa senang, rasa hormat, respect, bela rasa, itu semua ada bentuk-bentuk emosi positif. Bertanyalah untuk meminta penjelasan lebih lanjut. Coba ceritakan lebih banyak, ini akan membuat kawan bicara akan bercerita lebih banyak. Respon setuju dan respon penuh dukungan. Mainkan kelima hal ini dan kita percaya bahwa hubungan interaksi kita dengan orang lain akan lebih ke pertautan dan bukan perpisahan. Next. Dan jangan lakukan disconfirming. Menuju ke keterpisahan. Apakah itu? Yaitu respon kosong, respon sekilas, respon impersonal. Impersonal itu orang mengajak kita bicara, tapi kita tidak merespon dia, tapi merespon orang yang lain lagi. Itu akan memunculkan rasa tidak berharga. Irrelevant respon, respon yang tidak nyambung, respon yang terinterupsi, teralihkan ke topik yang lain, dan respon yang inkongruen antara verbal dan non-verbal. Biasanya orang akan percaya pada respon non-verbal daripada apa yang dikatakan. Next. Digital communication. We have communication tools. Communication is at our fingertip. Benar-benar sekarang komunikasi ada di ujung jari kita. Kita mau komunikasi untuk yang terhubung, bukan? Jadi, mari sekarang kita berhati-hati dengan cara kita menggunakan perangkat digital. Emosi dapat ditampilkan dalam percakapan digital. Kita dapat memilih emoticon yang tersedia di sana, dan penting emoticonnya sesuai dengan narasi dalam tulisan. Kelebihan dari komunikasi digital ini adalah praktis, simpel, cepat, dan mungkin sambil melakukan pekerjaan yang lain. It is possible to consider it well before sending a text. Ada waktu untuk mempertimbangkan teks yang akan dikirim, memungkinkan untuk dihapus, untuk dikoreksi, diperbaiki dulu. Ini kelebihan dari komunikasi digital dibandingkan komunikasi lisan. Kalau lisan, kata-kata yang sudah kita ucapkan sulit untuk kita tarik kembali. Dan satu lagi kebenaran tentang komunikasi digital adalah rekam jejak dari percakapan digital selalu dapat dilacak. Ya, kita penting berhati-hati. Next. Ada beberapa problem dalam setting akademik hubungan antara dosen dengan mahasiswa. Banyak mahasiswa bertahan di level 1 pleasantries, yaitu level basa-basi tadi. Banyak dari emosi negatif yang terjadi di sana mengarah ke penurunan kepercayaan pada akhirnya. Ya, percakapan WhatsApp antara dosen dengan mahasiswa. Nanti saya akan tampilkan contohnya, di mana mahasiswa hanya kontak dosennya kalau ada keperluannya. Di luar itu tidak ada kontak-kontak. Ketika ada keperluan dan terkesan mendesak. Dan ini memunculkan emosi negatif dosen, yaitu merasa sebal, merasa marah, merasa tidak bebas dengan pilihan responnya, dan mungkin juga merasa ini mahasiswa memberi saya tugas atau kewajiban yang kita umumnya tidak suka dengan yang namanya tugas atau kewajiban itu. Seperti yang tadi saya sampaikan bahwa kita tidak suka berada dalam keadaan pemerasan emosional. Next. Ya, ini adalah contohnya. Saya contohkan yang pertama ini saja. Saya hendak mencoba untuk beralih ke level 2 sebenarnya. Saya katakan bahwa saya ada di kantor dan memang ngantor di liburan ini, tetapi mahasiswa tidak merespon sehingga ini tidak bisa berlanjut dan tetap di presentris. Ya, lanjut. Ini juga contohnya email yang dikirimkan dengan tanpa subjek dan tanpa kata-kata pengantar, atau naskah masuk aja. Lanjut. Komunikasi adalah bagaimana kita menghadirkan diri secara artistik dan bagaimana kita memberikan respon. Next. Ya, komunikasi juga adalah tentang mindset. Kalau tadi tentang berkata-kata, lapisan yang kedua adalah tentang mindset. Ya. Look at these two prisoner from two different points of view. Jadi narapidana pertama memandang ke jeruji penjara, dan yang kedua memandang pemandangan yang indah di balik sana. Ini adalah mindset. Lalu yang kedua, anak laki-laki buta yang awalnya mengasihani diri dan kemudian ada seseorang yang mengubah tulisan itu dari saya buta tolonglah menjadi hari ini indah, saya tidak bisa melihatnya. Ada perubahan cara memandang kehidupan. Lanjut. Ya, komunikasi pada akhirnya adalah tentang karakter. Karakter yang kuat, orang berkarakter kuat akan berkata-kata berbeda dengan orang yang berkarakter lemah. Dan ini karakteristiknya adalah kecerdasan emosi tinggi, kepercayaan diri yang tinggi, dan berani untuk peduli. Next. Ya, adakah contohnya komunikasi digital yang bertahan panjang dan berdampak? Saya contohkan ini. Jadi pada tahun 2015 saya dengan Prof Surya itu saya belum mengenal beliau, dan kami komunikasi digital melalui Facebook, WhatsApp, dan hubungan itu berlanjut sampai sekarang, dan kebanyakan kami memang berkomunikasi digital. Lanjut. Ini adalah beberapa peristiwa dalam hubungan berbasis digital yang berlangsung dengan ceria. Dari tahun 2016 ada beberapa kegiatan di Poltekkes Palangka yang saya bersama dengan beliau, dan hingga saat ini, ya 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20 ada beberapa kegiatan dan semoga terus berlanjut di masa mendatang. Lanjut. Ya, percakapan kami kebanyakan berisi candaan, diantaranya beliau mengatakan bahwa saya itu seperti terenggiling pada saat mengerjakan disertasi. Ya, dan saya cepat mengatakan bahwa kalau saya terenggiling, maka beliau adalah pawang terenggilinnya, yang terenggelingnya menurut pada beliau. Ya, seperti itu contohnya, percakapan yang ada pesan yang disampaikan, tetapi dengan cara bercanda. Ya, lanjut. Ini adalah contoh mengkreasikan chatting yang menyenangkan. Ya, saya contohkan satu saja. Ini dengan teman saya, Mbak Linda. Saya minta dia mengoreksi slide PowerPoint saya ini, dan dia mengoreksi dengan memberikan tanda pita merah itu, dan saya mengatakan saya tertarik. Lihat kalimat saya tidak tahu bahwa bisa bagus begitu. Tetangga banyak banget pengetahuannya, dan percakapan kami berlanjut. Jadi mengkreasikan percakapan menyenangkan itu membuat yang terlibat percakapan sama-sama senang, dan percakapan tidak segera tamat. Seperti itu, menautkan hati. Lanjut. Ya, ini beberapa pandangan ahli tentang komunikasi. Di antaranya, kita tidak mungkin tidak berkomunikasi, sebab tidak berkomunikasi pun adalah komunikasi, ada makna komunikasinya. Manusia adalah makhluk emosi dan bukan makhluk logika. Persepsi adalah kebenaran bagi pembingkai persepsi. Ketika salah, akuilah, ketika benar, berdiamlah. Komunikasi adalah hubungan, adalah upaya keras dari semua pihak yang terlibat dalam interaksi itu. Next. Finally, komunikasi dalam setting akademik, penggagas untuk hubungan yang akrab itu mestinya datang dari pihak yang lebih besar kapasitasnya. Siapakah itu? Apakah dosen? Tidak, belum tentu juga dosen. Karena emotional intelligence is a capacity anyone can have it. Maybe lecturers, maybe students, maybe anyone. Next. Ya. Komunikasi is more than just talking. It is based on a mindset, and more deeply it is wrought in character. Thank you for attention.
Well, thank you, Ms. Yeyen. Actually, I have learned many things from your presentation, especially about confirmation, because I'm like a slow response type of people. So thank you, Ms. Yeyen. Okay, dear fellows, the following topics will also be no less interesting than the previous one, because Ms. Eva will share her experience living in Taipei. She will share also about learning effective communication from Taiwan government to combat COVID-19. Beforehand, I'll read the brief introduction of her. She is currently a PhD candidate in National Taipei University of Nursing and Health Science, Taiwan. She graduated from Liverpool John Moores University in the UK, and she got her bachelor degree in Public Health Nursing from Gandhigram Institute, India. She recorded many experience in conducting research and has many publications in both national and international journals. So, Ms. Eva, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, let me share my screen first.
Okay, please. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Eva.
All right. Okay. How about my voice? Is it clear?
Yes, it is clear, but can you make it bigger?
Oh.
The presentation, yeah. In slideshow mode, maybe.
Wait. Lisa?
Okay, it's perfect now.
Thank you. Okay, well, good day, all of you. Really, I'm glad to join with you in this session. So here I'd like to share with you about my experience, especially about the lesson on effective communication from Taiwan government to combat COVID-19. Yeah, this is my beloved professors, my classmates, and my friend from the master degree. We are from 7 countries. Honestly, I'm very glad to be a nursing student in Taiwan because Taiwan's nursing has taken up the level of the world standard. And now, many countries eager to learn the success of Taiwan national health insurance and the way to combat COVID-19. So, before going through, here are 3 questions that leads the topic. So first, why Taiwan has just 567 coronavirus cases and 7 deaths, while Indonesia or neighbors report 1,000 or 100,000. Then, what policy or politics to combat COVID-19 in Taiwan? So, what lesson can be learned from Taiwan to combat 19 in Indonesia? Here there are some activities that I tried to learn about the way how the Taiwan government to combat the COVID-19. Well, the communication methods, the only way to get the information. However, I must sensitive with infodemic or hoaxes. Indeed, communication serves as a valuable mechanism in building best connection and engagement between people. Via communication, the connection and relation are built up, the exchange to thought and information. So in this communication, I try to reading some articles, listening and join the Global Health Forum in Taiwan. Then I visiting and workshop with Taiwan's nursing students in Taiwan Union of Nurses Association and in Taiwan Women Centers, and discussion in the class for subject international health policy. So those activities give a lesson for me to that the way to exchange of thought and information about the COVID-19 in Taiwan. Then here, the lesson 1. There are 4 facts that COVID-19 occurs before the Lunar New Year in January 25th, 2020, when 2.71 million visitors from the mainland China traveled to Taiwan in 2019, because the distance is about 1,010 kilometers only from mainland to Taiwan. Then there are citizens of Taiwan or Taiwanese with 850,000 reside in and 404,000 works in China. So what do you think about the consequences from those four facts? Yeah, Taiwan was expected to have the second highest number of cases of coronavirus disease due to its proximity to and number of flights between China. But Taiwan has a success story to combat coronavirus actually. So what policy or strategy is used to combat COVID-19 in Taiwan? So let us learn more. Here the lesson 2. The lesson 2 about the government rapid response. There are 3 responses from the government. Quickly organize and establish specific strategies for case control and resource allocation to protect the public health. Then, protective measures by using high technology in the form of analyzing big data and online platforms. Then the third, public transparency and encounter together. Then here you see the picture shows the soldiers take part in a drill organized by the new Taipei city in action. The Taiwan's anti-coronavirus strategy utilized a combination of proactive measures and applying technology in the form of analyzing big data and online platform. So another method that I use from the communication that based on the I read in some articles, then I found that based on the editor from Asian journal Psychiatry found the reason here. Found the reason why Taiwan government did rapid response to combat coronavirus. So it is due to have a SARS history. You can see in the box, red box, there are 5 conditions Taiwanese in 2003. That is a statement about the history, about a SARS history. First, there are a collective trauma of SARS. The entire population fell into a collective panic. Then, everyone were in danger. Fourth, the death of the head nurse caused a serious blow to the work morale of the nurses. And 181 people died, of which 17 were healthcare workers. So how about if compare with Indonesia about this one? Really, I learned how to use for the communication to respond quickly about this condition. So due to these reasons, Taiwan initiative to create network system when the COVID-19 outbreak and when the WHO declared about the pandemic COVID. So this is the kinds of model that Taiwan government initiative. So this is the innovative technology for the facilitator case identification, epidemiological investigation, and quarantine in Taiwan. So this is the innovative technology that can help us as a population in this community. So for this example, for protective measure by using high technology in the form of analyzing big data and online platform. So there is a command center. It is a command center for a public that connected directly to our cell phone. Can you imagine about this? So this is the model or the innovative technology, high technology indeed. Then another example here, you can see this about the tracking the suspect and following contact with others. So when 28 Navis sailors infected COVID cluster in Taiwan, then the Central Epidemic Command Center also sent text via SMS to over 200,000 people in 10 cities in Taiwan. So the SMS can detect had possibly been contact with the infected sailors and adjure from the practice to self-help management. So means you see in the red box, there is that things happen on Sunday, September 12 to 2020 at 8 p.m. So there was automatically SMS via cell phone. In the red box shows the tracking that the person who detected to contact with the suspect with radius FM 7366419 and be suspected number 109. Contact with the suspect person September 11 at 1 p.m. 42 minutes and 52 seconds. Imagine very clearly, very transparency and valid. So this information was directly connected to the university system. If the contacted is the students, so the university directly informed the regulation of how to do self-quarantine to the student and report by the online system via cell phone for 15 days. Then because the compulsory wear masks, there was automatic command to buy the masks online also. Here we go. So there's very convenient buying the surgical masks by online and national health insurance timely and transparent. So even we as a foreigners who have resident certificate and national health insurance card, we can also order masks via the name-based mask distribution system at either the mask website or NHI application. So really it's very convenient timely, and transparently. Then again here, that I mentioned before that from that model, our mobile already comment us as a infected person. So the person who had possibly been in contact with the infected cellular comment to do 14-day self-health management. Okay, you can see there in the slide. So there is a model of measure for the following up on person at risk contacting COVID-19 in Taiwan. So there are 3 kinds of the intervention: 14-day home isolations, 14-day home quarantine, and 14-day self-health management. Then, if they are finished for 15 days, then following 7-day self-help management. So totally the quarantine 3 weeks or 21 days. Then the lesson 3 that we can learn from the Taiwan about the policy to combat COVID-19 in Taiwan. The policy is very good. Why? Because you see, 90% of the population has a single prior national health insurance. Every single person means. Then every hospital has suspicion in its licensed room or confirmed and suspect cases of COVID-19. Then every cell phone is connected to the health system by high technology. Then the local governments or the community are responsible to control community spread in community settings. Then the healthcare workers have raised concern about intensifying workloads. Then the government has secured an adequate supply of face masks for healthcare workers and citizens. All the passengers must wear masks on the public transportation and the public services. If refused, will be fined quite higher, 15,000 NT dollars, or equal to 7 million and 500 million, or really it's very high, 7.5 fine-nya. Then a mass regioning system that priorities allocation to healthcare workers while allowing citizens to buy per week for 5 NT dollars only. So means for all the healthcare workers free to get the marks, but we as a citizen, we as a population, we can buy per week. Then one mask only 2,000 rupiah, equal to 2,000 rupiah. So that's the policy to the combat COVID-19 in Taiwan. Then again here, lesson 4 about the communication and politics. So in lesson 4, communication and politics mean that government and public are aware about the infodemic. So Taiwanese or the community was able to reassure the public by delivering timely, accuracy, and transparent information regarding the evolving epidemic. Then, learning from SARS situation in 2003, the communication and politics were did in Taiwan, such as Taiwan create a public health strategies for enabling rapid action such as recognizing crisis and managing crisis during outbreak and pandemic coronavirus. These decisions were culturally sensitive to the population. Then the government was able to reassure the public by delivering timely, accurate, and transparent information regarding the evolving epidemic. So really, I'm very happy to be a student in Taiwan because I can learn. I have an experience directly. So how to be people, to be responsible together with the government to protect, to prevent the coronavirus, first to for myself, then to others. So that for lesson from the Taiwan government about how to combat coronavirus 19. So again here, I would like to give another example through the video. Can you see it, the video?
Yes, we can see it, Ms. Eva.
Okay, so this is just the example about the Taiwanese live with a new normal in Taipei City. Yeah. Okay, that's all. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Eva, for an interesting talk. Okay, everyone, let's move on to the last speaker. She is the last speaker, but not the least, yeah. We invite Professor Dr. Sri Suryawati to join us, and I'll briefly introduce you to our speaker. She works at Faculty of Medicines, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. She is a professor in pharmacology and therapeutics. Some of her significant positions are being the international consultant in medicines policy since 1997 until present, being the board of professor in year 2016 still present. She was the WHO advisory panel in medicine policy and management, as well as in the United Nations International Narcotic Control Board for 10 years. And for your information, she has mentored more than 200 master's degree and PhD students inside and outside Indonesia. Oh, very outstanding. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Prof. Surya. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And while I'm sharing the video, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me. And good day, all participants and the organizer.
Good day.
Okay.
Yeah, as the last speaker, I would not going to ask you thinking hard. Just sit and relax and enjoy the discussion. And also, I have to say some disclaimer that I'm not an expert in communication. I'm not a motivator. I just would like to share what I have done, what I have been doing. And of course, I made mistakes, not so frequent, but sometimes I do make mistakes. So please take the good and leave the not so good ones. So, hello, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Now I would like to show. So the topic would be how can we discuss sensitive issue in online discussion. Perhaps you may wondering what is sensitive issue, what is sensitive matters. Oh, there are some. For example, if you want to convey critics, if you want to give a judgment, if you are going to give feedback on not so good achievement, especially to your boss, or presenting disappointing results of monitoring, or even if you want to monitor your students, especially when they are trying to hide from you. So this is something that usually it is easy when we do it on day-to-day active, but then it would be a little bit more difficult because of the constraint during the COVID-19 pandemics. So there are some situations that needs a careful discussion, and I prepared 2 cases to fit best to our 30-minute slot time of presentation. This one, imagine you are in an online meeting, and as a member of an evaluation committee, you are about to present feedbacks to the dean. Actually, this is me. I have to present to the dean and the deanship on the result of the performance periodic assessment. So the assessment actually takes place twice a year, in June and November, and it was about to present the June result, covering January to June 2020. And you know, we are in the pandemics. The results show some declining, unfortunately, in comparison to the previous assessment. And I have to mention coordinating among function units, declining, data update is so not so updated, and then the declining and completion of research works and public services, and then there are also notes on collaboration with international donors. Then the question to you all is, how would you present the result? How would you pinpoint the declining performance? How would you formulate the recommendation? Of course, there are tips on how to provide feedbacks. We learn how to do it. The problem is that now we are online. We can say difficult things when we are face to face, because we can use gesture, we can smile. Oh, it's not so good. And we have a soft smile. We have empathetic face, and then it works. Imagine that now we cannot do it because we are in distance. We can only see each other on screen. So this is the problem with the online discussion. Basically, we know how to do feedback. We have to understand the situation and possible impediments or difficulties in the other side. And then we are advised also to deliver good result first, followed by notice of good things. And then we can use soft gestures and comforting words, even smile. Not grin, of course. And at the same time, we try to be firm when we raise not so good things up. No hesitation. But we can anticipate it with a good gesture, a soft gesture. Now then, what is the problem with the online? Difficult situation that can be handled easily with the use of gesture is really almost impossible online. The problem is that you can't see the audience you can't see the audience. Now in my screen, I see my PowerPoint, but not you. I don't know if you like or don't like my presentation. But you all can see everything on my face. You know well when I am groggy, for example. And as a speaker, I cannot see your reaction of what I am saying. Are you supporting me or are you against me? I can't see it now. So you may feel uncertain whether there is a resistance or hesitation or support. And also your voice becomes stronger and louder, especially for the audience wearing earset. So please be careful with your nafas, because if you have a strong power of voice, and then it is very clear, very hard in the audience ears. And also Dr. Yayanti Mala said also that wrong words are uneasy to retract. So we need to choose words, use words carefully. This is one among other that makes the online discussion need special attention. Let's go one by one. Number one, you can't see the audience while they can see everything on your face. So what you do? what I am doing, usually I try to make myself confident before the screen. What I am doing usually is I try different angle by moving my laptop up and down so that I can have the camera a little bit higher, so that the camera can catch the best of my face. It doesn't matter whether I'm beautiful or not, but I want to be looked from the best angle. And also don't use a bright color because it will affect your performance. Anything that can make yourself confident. It is usually not good if the camera can catch your nostril, because yeah, like this. Sometimes we put the laptop a little bit below in the bottom, and then your nostril is seen, but please avoid this because then you cannot have the best angle of your face. Sometimes it's not scientific, but it matters. Number 2, you can't see the audience reaction on what you are saying. That is the difficulties. For instant interaction, this is something that we cannot avoid. The problem is that you cannot always ask the audience to switch their video on. So perhaps this trick would work. Hide the non-video participants to get you feel that you are not alone. It's weird to see the panel of audience with only name and black color. Sometimes they get pictures as well, but the picture is smiling for you and stare at you, no blink at all. So it's weird because they put the picture, the photo as the picture profile. So perhaps hiding the non-video participant would get you more human sense, human touch in your talk. And some reaction, you may see it in chat box. When it pop up, you know if things happen, then it works and it helps. Also, your voice becomes stronger and louder, especially for those wearing earset. So what you do is, first of all, be careful in using words. I said, mention it twice. Keep your tone low and reduce the power. And avoid speaking while you are in emotion, because it's very clear in the audience ears if you have your emotion change. If you are unhappy, and then it is very clear to hear. And then, even though you use soft words, but let the data show the reality on the screen. For example, I gave the illustration here that showing the graph, some points are declining. You have to mount it, you have to show it, but you can choose different words to make it more acceptable, not too strong in the ear of the audience. This is the example, because wrong words are not easy to detect, while we know there are many choices of words available. In face-to-face interaction, we know that we need to choose words carefully. But in online discussion, you need to choose the word extra carefully. In the box, I gave you the example. For example, if you want to say fail, oh, you have failed. Actually, there are many choices. Instead of saying failed, perhaps you can use not performing, but not performing is also very harsh. Then you can go softer. Unsuccessful, well, this is also judgmental. You need to change the tone. You may say, oh, this needs to improve. But it still feels that you ask someone to improve. And you can even go softer, that this need more endeavors. This need more efforts to make it better. Or the most natural one is that need to be strengthened. Okay, then from the top to the bottom, you can see the fields of the words you choose instead of just saying you failed. This is an example on how to choose the words nicely. But again, you need to be firm on the data. So let the graph shows up on the screen, but choose the word correctly. I just share what I have been doing, but of course it is because choosing words is like involve feelings. Okay, yeah. And then one thing is that noise disturbs during the online meeting, especially noise unintentionally made by the speaker. For example, while you are saying something, you say, ladies and gentlemen, the unnecessary voice is very, very annoying, not only to the audience, but also to the speaker themselves. So what to do is, of course, avoid producing extra sound between sentences or while you are thinking. And then when you hear noise, stop talking, because increasing your volume is counterproductive. So better when you hear noise, attract the host's attention to it and let the host fix it, and keep your emotion neutral. This will help a lot. So this is some difficulties or some impediments that I believe you can handle easily. And then back to the case when I have to present things to the boss, I have to gladly say that it was a successful presentation. The key messages went through smoothly. We had a plenary session with a 70-something audience, and also the deanship. And then the feedback was well accepted by the dean and the team, and also highly appreciated by the audience. And the fact is that after the online discussion, there has been a series of discussions following. So what is the key? What lesson I learned from this event is that let the spirit of support and encouragement in the air. Then the audience will feel it. Next, this, you, my dear distinguished participants, you may a student, but you may also mentor, supervisor, or teacher. Case number 2 is about disappearing student, PhD student. I am mentoring a female PhD student. Take a note that I prefer using mentoring rather than supervising, because to me, having PhD student is strengthening the characters of students so that she or he can survive the PhD life easily. So I am mentoring a female PhD student. She has completed the research work and she is in the middle of writing dissertation and publishing some more manuscripts. She has already been 2 manuscripts published, but then she wants to have more. And then the COVID-19 spreads, and you hear nothing, and I hear nothing related to her progress for the last 4 months. It was 2 months ago. And as the background, She is a 45-year-old senior lecturer of a famous private university, not in Jogja, it's outside Jogja. And then has a family with 2 kids, 2 toddlers, and also takes care of parents-in-law who are not in very good health. So you can imagine how is the life. PhD life with family with 2 toddlers and taking care of parents-in-law. Then the question I would like to share with you is why? Why? I'm wondering, why is she hiding? Sometimes why is she hiding from me, from the mentor? Why no notice, no hi, no greeting? In what situation do you think she has been? I'm wondering in what situation she has been. How is it difficult? Is it easy? Is she gave up? I don't know. So how would you approach her? Think about it, and I would like to go to the next slide. In a situation why students keep distance from mentor. Hello students, are you keeping distance from your supervisor, from your mentor? Why are you afraid of them? Maybe I'm incorrect. Is it an afraid? Or is it because of the seniority? You feel teacher is the older and should be highly respected, so you don't want to be close, or you don't dare to be close to them? Or is there a mental burden because you have students and you feel that you don't perform well? Or is there any misinterpretation of the sign or language? I remember in my PhD life, when my mentor, my supervisor, coming from the distance, I tried to hide myself because I was afraid to be asked, "Hi, how are you?" And I was really afraid of the next sentence. How was your dissertation? So even if when at that time he didn't ask me that question, I knew myself. I was about to make myself disappear so that he would not see me. Why it happens? Then after a while, after having students, after talking from heart to heart, I understood that in many situations, it is our shadow. You can see from the caricature, it is our shadow that makes students look us horribly. Why? Because perhaps students searching internet wants to know us. Oh, she is a high level. She is very international. She is, and then the students look at that shadow, the figure, and then perhaps this is really makes, unfortunately, distance makes students keep distance. I can't do anything. The tip for my student is just look at the mentor, look at them, look at their face, not their shadow, because the shadow will terrify you. While they are a person, perhaps they are nice, perhaps they are, of course, human, but look at the person, not the shadow. And then from my experience, I also feel from the way I learn the communication between mentor and students. I then remember the dog and cat phenomenon. Why dogs and cats never usually fight each other. Can you see the dog in the screen? It is and the cat on the tree. Yeah, usually cats try to keep distance from the dog. Why? And when I see the situation is that when the dog approaches cat would see dog as a danger, perhaps because dog is bigger in physically, so cat is then being careful to see dog. And when dog wakes, move its tail as a sign of joy, you know that dogs all like to move their tail. Then cat sees as a threat, because in the cat language, when she got mad and then she will move their tail. So this is different language between dogs and cat. And when cat runs away, unfortunately dog thinks cat wants to play hide and find. And then perhaps dog licks the cat's back as a sign of love, but cat claws the dog face because the cat feels she is in a threat. So perhaps it is a different sign, different in because the different in language, or because of they interpret the other language and gestures incorrectly. Do you feel this like this? When mentor supervisor say hi, you feel threatened. When the mentor call you, you let it go and you start asking yourself, what did I do something wrong? What is it? And you don't really know. Perhaps the mentor wants to invite you for dinner and it's passed by. So back to case one. You remember my story? I have a female PhD student with a family, 2 toddlers and parents-in-law to take care. So after discussion, after I call her via WhatsApp, it turned out that she has been assigned a high structural post in her university, and she has been a difficult time because of the transition time, and she is given a responsibility. So it is a transition time to her. She has to learn a lot. And I found it that she was very enthusiastic with the new post, but in hesitance to let me know, because she was thinking I was not very happy because she didn't focus on her dissertation, which is not correct, because for me it was a good news for me, because it was an achievement of a students outside the dissertation life. And then the consensus then is that I appreciate her and I understand and I support her that she would learn, she should take time to learn how to be good in the new position. And I understood that it took time, and then I asked her to focus on the new position. But she promised that she would keep writing up dissertation and manuscript, but she just need 2 Sundays a week. And then of course I let her to decide, but it was a good discussion. Do you know what is the best way to put a student down? She would be very, very upset if I said, I don't know whatever happened, but I want to see the manuscript at my desk on Monday. No, it was a very, very hard student. You can never say it to your students. It was not the way to have a discussion. So the key was have a discussion. No need to say, because no need to see your student personally because of the COVID situation. But the key is no presumption, no accusation. Listen what happens, and then you think the thinking process is along with the discussion. No judgment before discussion. So, dear audience, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the lesson learned from what I have gone through is that soft diplomacy is essential in discussing sensitive issues online. Soft diplomacy, not power diplomacy. Soft diplomacy. And what is soft diplomacy, among others, is do not make any presumption. Don't be judgmental. When you have to say something not so good, let the data presenting themselves, put it on the screen, but be careful, extra careful in choosing words and using words. Keeping your voice friendly at low tone and soft, manage your emotion, and be passionate and attentive. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Surya. Well, actually, Prof, I experienced some of the cases that you have presented before because in my experience, I was afraid to meet my supervisor because I feel like I have nothing to report or my progress was very slow. So I'm quite, it's very embarrassing for me.
So did I. So did I.
Yeah, but thank you for sharing this for us. Okay, dear fellas, we've learned so many valuable things from our speakers, and now we come to the Q&A session. I'm sure that our today's speakers would be very pleased to answer them. And once again, you may directly ask your question by clicking the raise hand button and unmute your microphone after we call your name. Don't forget to state to which presenter you address your questions. Otherwise, we will read the question from the chat room or even podcast link or YouTube channel.
Okay, so for the first questions, I can see in the chat room that is Mrs. Linda from Undana. Yes, Mrs. Linda, you can directly ask your questions from Mrs. Linda to Mrs. Yayan. Mrs. Linda, are you already here? Okay. I will read the questions for Mrs. Yayan. First questions is how we create a good communications to send the emotions exactly through conversations via text. Yeah. So this question is referred to Mrs. Yayan. How we create a good communication to send the emotion exactly through conversations via text.
Dia tidak bisa. Yeah. Thank you for your question, Mr. Linda.
Ya. Selamat siang, Mbak Yayan.
Ya.
Mic-nya dari tadi nggak bisa di-unmute, baru bisa unmute sekarang.
Oh ya.
Ya. Terima kasih untuk kesempatan yang diberikan. Saya ingin bertanya kepada, sebenarnya akan lebih baik kalau nanti Ibu Profesor Surya juga berkesempatan untuk menanggapi sesuai pengalaman beliau. Tapi pertanyaan ini terutama saya tujukan kepada Mbak Yayan ya. Kesulitan yang signifikan ya untuk komunikasi digital khususnya via teks. Kalau via video seperti ini virtual masih lumayan, masih mending. Tapi via teks ini kadang-kadang kesulitannya itu menjadi jebakan untuk pihak yang berkomunikasi. Karena yang kita punya hanya kata-kata dan kalimat, tanda baca, dan akhir-akhir ini ada emoticon dan sejenisnya ya. Ada muncul yang terakhir itu ada stiker ya, stiker WhatsApp di Messenger dan lain-lain. Nah, dalam percakapan digital via teks seperti ini sangat sulit untuk menyeberangkan emosi secara tepat. Tanda baca kosakata bahasa Indonesia ini kan sangat terbatas ya, agak berbeda dengan bahasa internasional seperti bahasa Inggris misalnya yang kosakatanya cukup luas gitu. Tetapi bahasa Indonesia itu kosakatanya sangat terbatas sehingga menyeberangkan arti melalui kata dan kalimat masih relatif mudah karena sama kita mengetik dengan yang di pihak seberang membaca itu sama kata dan kalimatnya. Tapi tanda baca saja misalnya udah beda gitu. Tanda seru di pihak kita yang ngomong itu bisa beda diterima di pihak yang menerima gitu resipennya. Lalu akhir-akhir ini saya rasa ini upaya desperate lah, upaya putus asa sudah untuk mengakomodir kebutuhan untuk menyeberangkan arti dari kata dan kalimat, tapi emosi yang termuat di dalam kata dan kalimat ini. Nah, bagaimana menurut Mbak Yayan, apakah kita punya emoticon dan tanda baca saja, atau mungkin ada jurus, kalau bahasanya Mbak Yayan lebih tepat jurus ya, jurus atau tips dan trik untuk bisa menyeberangkan emosi secara tepat juga. Jadi bukan cuma kata dan kalimatnya, tapi emosi yang tepat itu juga bisa terseberangkan dengan baik. Kemudian yang kedua, pertanyaan yang lebih praktis, ini berdasarkan pengalaman saya kemarin ya, ketika melalui proses pembimbingan bersama dengan promotor saya saat S3, saya kadang kesulitan ketika bercakap-cakap dengan beliau melalui teks di WhatsApp, jenis komunikasi yang paling sering kami gunakan. Saya pikir teman-teman yang lain juga paling sering menggunakan via WhatsApp ini, teks khususnya, teks WhatsApp. Ketika saya menanyakan sesuatu, misalnya meminta jadwal untuk bimbingan, lalu profesor saya menanggapi, lalu ada serangkaian chat lah, beberapa tahap itu, kami bercakap-cakap via teks. Kemudian biasanya kalau promotor saya itu punya kebiasaan di akhir suka memberikan jempol, emoticon berupa jempol. Kadang 1, kadang sampai 3 gitu. 3 jempol. Dan kalau sudah di sini, apakah saya boleh menganggap itu sebagai closure ya? Jadi itu udah penutup dari percakapan dan saya tidak perlu lagi merespon jempol itu misalnya. Apakah sopan, apakah etis kalau pihak yang memulai tidak menjadi pihak yang mengakhiri percakapan via teks seperti ini. Jadi ketika saya memulai menyapa, selamat pagi Prof dan seterusnya misalnya, apakah harus saya juga yang mengakhiri percakapan itu dengan ucapan terima kasih misalnya, atau selamat pagi juga gitu. Atau boleh pihak di sebelah, yaitu profesor saya yang mengakhiri dengan jempolnya itu. Kadang-kadang saya tergoda untuk membalas jempolnya itu dengan emoticon yang lain juga gitu. Kok jadinya kayak memancing perang emoticon ya. Pas terakhir gitu. Jadi nggak terasa sopan juga gitu. Terus gimana sih sebenarnya baiknya gitu. Etika untuk memulai, biasanya kita udah lebih terbiasa. Etika untuk memulai dengan salam dan lain sebagainya, menanyakan kabar misalnya. Tetapi etika untuk menutup, itu kok ya saya saja kesulitan. Dan apakah ini juga menjadi kesulitan teman-teman yang lain, saya nggak tahu. Tetapi saya pikir kita perlu memikirkan, karena percakapan digital teks seperti ini kan memang belum ada standarnya. Belum ada standar yang saya tahu, minimal ya, yang saya tahu bagaimana sebenarnya harus memulai dan harus mengakhiri. Apakah persis sama seperti percakapan biasa yang bukan online, atau ada perbedaan yang spesifik. Demikian mungkin dari saya pertanyaannya. Terima kasih.
Langsung.
Please.
Ya. Terima kasih Mbak Linda pertanyaannya. Selamat siang, selamat datang kembali Palangka Raya ya. Pertanyaannya adalah bagaimana caranya mentransfer emosi kepada kawan bicara kita. Pertama yang penting kita ingat adalah orang senang membicarakan tentang dirinya sendiri. Jadi buatlah percakapan itu menjadi ada hubungannya dengannya. Tanpa itu percakapan itu akan tidak terkoneksi. Ya. Tentang kecerdasan emosi ini sebenarnya memang tidak terstandar karena memang dia berkaitan dengan hal-hal yang tampak random, acak gitu ya. Tetapi memang nyata ada. Yang kalau kita gerak-gerakin emosi itu, yaitu emosi memang bagian dari kemanusiaan kita. Kita memiliki emosi, kawan bicara kita juga sama. Emosi itu sifatnya netral, tidak ada yang salah dengan emosi apapun itu yang muncul menyertai satu peristiwa. Nah, cara meresponlah kemudian yang membuat perbedaan. Emosi netral, tetapi karena ada kecenderungan untuk bertindak, sehingga seperti ada emosi bervalensi negatif dan emosi bervalensi positif. Yang negatif itu yang ya ada dampaknya bisa merenggangkan hubungan seperti rasa marah, rasa tidak suka, rasa sebal. Ya, ini penting disadari untuk dikendalikan. Sehingga tidak mengambil atau melakukan respon yang misalnya mengucapkan kata-kata yang akan kita sesali kemudian. Jadi lebih baik tenang, undur diri, memikirkan perasaan itu dan pilihan respon terbaik. Ya, itu untuk emosi negatif. Lalu untuk yang positif, semua orang senang kalau merasa gembira, merasa senang gitu ya, merasa dihargai, diakui, diterima. Nah, lakukanlah itu, kreasikan dalam percakapan itu. Seperti kemarin percakapan kita yang Mbak Linda mengoreksi slide saya itu dengan saya baru lihat benar-benar kalau ada pita merah untuk mengoreksi itu cantik sekali dan itu kemudian yang saya tidak berhenti di cantik sekali pita merahnya itu, tetapi bagaimana Mbak Linda bisa mengetahui itu, saya tidak. Mbak Linda pengetahuannya luas gitu, banyak, dan itu kan satu hal yang saya pikir membuat percakapan itu menyenangkan dan emang percakapan kita berlanjut kemudian kan tidak langsung tamat. Ya, jadi bagaimana menautkan hati kita dengan kawan bicara yang melakukannya pada saat bercakap-cakap itulah. Ada sesuatu emosi di sana dalam kalimat itu. Yang kalau kita dapat melihat itu dan mengucapkan kalimat yang mengena gitu, maka percakapan akan berlanjut. Ya, percakapan digital itu benar-benar cara kita merespon itu harus dalam bentuk kata-kata. Tidak bisa karena nonverbal kan hilang dalam komunikasi nonverbal, dalam komunikasi digital. Jadi kita menunjukkan kalau kita paham maksud pengirim pesan itu dengan kalimat, dengan kata-kata. Ya, dan usahakan berimbang. Kalau pengirim pesannya menulis panjang, tetapi direspon dengan 1 jempol saja, itu yang saya katakan di diskonfirmasi tadi, itu respon sekilas, itu kemungkinan yang kirim pesan panjang akan kapok, akan jera dia untuk menulis panjang-panjang lagi. Ya, itu ada nuansa emosi di sana ketika direspon dengan yang sifatnya konfirmasi. Seperti segera merespon, pengakuan positif, perasaan positif, respon meminta keterangan, respon setuju, respon memberikan dukungan. Itu adalah semua bentuk-bentuk konfirmasi. Lalu untuk yang kedua, bagaimana komunikasi digital dengan pihak yang posisinya lebih tinggi daripada kita, misalnya dosen kita. Apakah tidak sopan atau tidak sopankah kalau kita membiarkan dosen kita yang menutup percakapan? Saya sendiri, ini kan tidak ada peraturan tertulisnya juga ya Mbak Linda. Jadi saya sendiri kalau melakukan percakapan dengan dosen saya yang mengakhiri percakapan karena saya lebih kecil. Jadi kalau dikasih jempol 3 itu bisa dijawab dengan 1 emoji senyum, smile, dan akhirnya dari kita. Saya kira itu lebih manis ya daripada membiarkan 3 jempol itu tidak ada respon dari kita. Ya, itu saya kira. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Nia, for the answer.
Apakah saya juga perlu menjawab sekarang?
Okay, we invite you to answer Prof Surya.
Should I speak in English or in Bahasa? I see Professor Magnap is there, so I would prefer to answer it in English. Ya, tapi nanti bisa di Indonesiakan. Well, I'm not a theoretical person. I learning by practice. So the first question, how to transfer the emotion? The problem is the problem in communicating online is that we don't know the situation in the other end. A student may send you message, but we don't know if he or she has time, or he in a hurry. We don't really know. So, and also in our side, in my side, sometimes I also in a hurry, sometimes I have time. So when Bu Yeyen bilang bahwa yang penting itu kalau panjang dijawab panjang, kita belum tentu bisa begitu. Karena apa? Karena dua-duanya mungkin berada di dalam situasi yang tidak memungkinkan. Tetapi kalau kebiasaan bahwa yang panjang-panjang itu paling cuma dijempoli, ya itu memang berarti kebiasaan yang tidak menyenangkan. Trying to untuk mencairkan komunikasi dengan WhatsApp misalnya, kita bisa, kalau saya biasanya melakukan dengan menceritakan saya. Saya tidak akan bertanya, I never ask a question, what is the situation over there, what does he feel, because sometimes it feels protruding. So I would prefer to share my situation. Oh, I'm full. Oh, I am so happy because grandchildren is just visiting me. Just to show, not really want to tell the story about grandchildren, but to share the idea that I am free, I'm happy, so she can go through. So it is just something like that. I never ask things about the other side because it is also a privacy on it. Jadi untuk mencairkan komunikasi bukan untuk menyeberangkan emosi ya, untuk mencairkan komunikasi saya biasanya menyampaikan, menunjukkan bahwa saya oke. Dan pada waktu saya sedang tidak oke pun saya bilang maaf saya sedang nyetir, saya nggak bisa respon, nanti dulu. Jadi yang jelas kita tidak menimbulkan tanda tanya bagi pihak yang menghubungi. Nah kalau yang terkait dengan siapa yang harus who end the conversation, anyone can end the conversation. It doesn't really matter. Emoticon perang, emoticon wars is something that sometimes fun as well, especially if you have a collection of stickers. Good collection of stickers. But in Asia, usually the junior end the conversation by saying thank you. The conversation can be started by anyone and can be ended by anyone. It depends on the flow of the interaction. But usually here, the junior end by saying thank you. And of course, it would be great if he say, I'm really enjoy the conversation. Thank you. I feel supported. I feel encouraged, something like that. So makes the conversation, make communication easy is the key for a good conversation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for clearly explanation from Dr. Yeyen Timala and also from Prof Surya. So we will go to the next questions.
So for the second chance, The question will be given to Sister Mercy. Sister Mercy, are you joining us?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Sister. So someone in Zoom platform has already raised his or her hands. It is from jurusan keperawatan. Could you please unmute your microphone?
It's already.
Can you? Yeah. I can hear you now. What's the question again about?
So
Is that about the collaboration?
No, the question will be asked directly by someone in the Zoom platform.
Okay.
Yeah. Jurusan keperawatan, please.
Oke, Bu, sebelumnya mohon maaf tadi itu namanya belum diganti.
Oke, Yohan.
Magandang hapon po. My name is Yohan Agnes Teresia from Poltekkes Kemenkes Palangka. I'm from Bachelor of Nursing, and here I want to ask you a question. So as a teenager and as a student, I really want to know the real condition of the teenager in St. Paul University of Philippines. I mean, how is the mental health of the teenager? Because as we know, in this new era, the teenager is required to be able mastering all of the whole thing between soft skill and hard skill. I think it can increase the stress level of the teenager. So would you like to tell us what is your effective way to solve kind of this problem? That's all. Thank you and Selamat.
Thank you for that question. I would like to share that at SPUP here, we are aware about the stress that the teenagers or our students in high school and college, what they are undergoing. So what we did, we posted an advisory for them so that the communication will be clear to them about the changes in policies, the changes in the delivery of the curriculum and instruction in this new normal. So they were aware, and then we had online meeting with the students and their parents per level, because we also have high school students, elementary students, and our college, we have 4 different schools. So we conducted a survey as to what are their concerns, what are their problems, how do they feel, what about the delivery of lessons, and then we realized that some of their problems really are based on the internet connectivity, lack of gadgets, and then they are concerned if the online learning will be of good quality, particularly those in the health-related programs, because they cannot go personally to the hospital for their clinical-related learning. And then those with laboratory courses, they cannot come to school. How will they learn without specimen, without experiments? So those are some of their concerns. So what we did, we came up with an explanation on the learning management system. So we have the flexible learning system. First, for those with internet connectivity, no problem, they will have full online learning. For those with limited internet connectivity, we had flexible learning, synchronous and asynchronous. So they will enter the learning management system and they can learn in their own independent time, convenient. So it will be accessible to them, the materials, both online and offline. They have online classes, and at the same time, they have asynchronous classes as well. And for those with no internet connectivity, we have modular learning. So we printed modules for them, and then they can get it. And for those laboratory experiments, we had 3D simulations. We have augmented reality, virtual reality. So we subscribe to Labster, different experiments. We subscribe to Lectorio, wherein they will have access to lectures, video conferencing, and at the same time, 3D simulations. And for the examination, it is immersive and adaptive. Adaptive because it is interactive, so they will not be bored. It will be engaging for them. We have content already in our LMS, so we explain to them, and then we have to adjust the requirement. So if they cannot finish on time because of some problems, we do not give them an incomplete grade because they are so stressed and so afraid of failing. That's what they are afraid of. So we give them a chance to finish, to complete the requirements. If they cannot submit on time, we don't give them a failing mark or incomplete. Their grade is IP, meaning in progress. And then we try to tell the teachers, please do not get angry to your students online. Just smile and just make it easy. Adjust the presentation. And if there are some problems, there are some questions in the LMS, we have chat rooms. Please respond to the queries of the students. There are private messenger systems in the Facebook. We have social media. So please try to be available to the students. We consider the mental health conditions of the students, of course. So we have a primer. And in the primer, we schedule the online classes as well as the examination, and then who are the teachers, so they will not worry because the online learning is not every day. And then even if they are enrolled for the semester for 8 subjects, we only offer classes for the 8 subjects 2 at a time, so that the students will not be fed up, they will not be bored, they will not be so tired. So we have the schedule 2 or 3 times a week only, not more than 2 hours for online learning, and then only 2 subjects together, so that the students will have time for themselves, they have time to rest, time to relax. So that's it. We are trying our best to make sure that the mental health conditions of the students will not be so stressed, and they will enjoy learning, they will be engaged in learning. And then every now and then we conduct a survey. We are open to their feedback as to how we can improve. And we assure them that in online learning, although there is no face-to-face meeting yet, the quality of learning is there. They do not have to worry, even if there are board examinations, because we see to it that the quality is not compromised. Okay, thank you.
Okay, it sounds like a friendly and enjoyable learning atmosphere, sister. Okay, does that answer your question, Johan?
Yes, clearly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Johan.
Okay, we will go for the next questions. Please raise your hand. Okay, we will see Rina Mulyati from Universitas Islam Indonesia. Okay, you can go on with your questions, please.
I'm so sorry. I did not raise hand actually. I'm so sorry.
Can you speak loudly, please?
She said that she didn't raise hand.
Oh,
okay.
Didn't raise hand actually. Please give this occasion to other that need to ask question.
Okay, thank you.
So sorry.
Or maybe we can go directly to Miss Eva. Are you still there, Miss Eva? Because we have already one question from chatting room.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I will read the questions. It is from Mrs. Reni from Stikes, Banjarmasin. What about the character of the people in Taiwan when the mandatory wearing of masks and physical distancing rules was enforced? As we know, there are many phenomena of public non-compliance with regulations related to the prevention of transmission of the COVID-19 virus.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Lady, for your question. Yes, I can understand about this question. Actually, according to my experience in Taiwan, so the character of Taiwanese related to the COVID-19, that is because has a history before. So that I have mentioned before that the Taiwanese has a history regard to the SARS when the population or the community or the Taiwanese has a collective trauma, collective panic. Then everyone were in the danger in 2003 due to the SARS. So related that the history, it become they have awareness. So I want to underline here that the character is due to awareness. So it means awareness is very vital. The awareness to be internalized in their own belief, then they can behave what we have to do. So in this condition, I saw that the character of the Taiwanese become obey or compliant in the wearing masks and physical distancing due to they want to prevent their own and their communities, their families, and their government. So that due to the experience, due to the history. So they become obey. So the very important is awareness. So now the awareness, even not only the communities, even the government, very quickly to give the information what is the COVID-19. Then we can know not only even in MRT, there is information what is COVID-19. Then we can read in many so many information talk about what is COVID-19. Even me in the dormitory, there are many information. So from that we can learn, we can read, we can listen. So how to be? Yeah, that's all.
Okay, thank you, Miss Eva. If I can conclude, so it's because of the experience of people in Taiwan, because they having SARS before, that's why they become more obey. It doesn't like our people here, but it's okay. Thank you, Miss Eva.
Okay, we will go for the next questions. I will read a question from Mr. Hendra. This is referred to Mrs. Yeyen. How emoticon can express our feeling to others and how we should respond to a wide selection of emoticons and choose the appropriately.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Brenda. How to express emotion? Excuse me for answer in Indonesian. Mengekspresikan emosi itu bisa dengan kata-kata, bisa juga dengan tanpa kata-kata. Kita penting bisa melihat situasinya. Tetapi kalau komunikasi digital, tetap harus dengan kata-kata. Karena ekspresi nonverbal kita tidak kelihatan. Jadi kita bisa mengemas kalimatnya dan memilih emotikan yang tepat. Ya, saya mungkin memberikan contoh sebuah cara menghadirkan diri yang tidak artistik untuk bisa memahami bagaimana kehadiran yang artistik itu. Jadi beberapa hari yang lalu saya mendapat pesan WhatsApp berupa foto-foto dari seseorang yang tanpa kata-kata, hanya foto-foto saja. Dan biasanya saya memang selalu memberikan komentar. Tapi kali itu saya sungguh sibuk, tetapi ketika saya sempat, saya kemudian melihat lagi foto itu dan saya menemukan apa yang saya bisa komentarin. Yaitu foto itu berbeda dari biasanya, karena biasanya itu adalah foto presentasi Zoom di musim pandemik ini. Nah, kali itu berbeda. Jadi tampak foto dan berdiri di depan spanduk. Artinya itu adalah pertemuan luring. Dan itulah yang kemudian saya katakan, apakah ini pertemuan luring ya? Dan jawabnya iya. Saya kemudian mengatakan bahwa tampak dari senyumnya yang lebar sekali setelah lama tidak melakukan pertemuan luring. Dan percakapan berlanjut untuk beberapa saat. Jadi seperti yang saya sampaikan tadi, tetap sebuah percakapan itu akan menyenangkan bagi kawan bicara ketika kita membuat hubungan dengan dirinya, percakapan itu. Dan orang memang senang membicarakan tentang dirinya sendiri. Nah, itulah tugas kita ketika kita menjadi pihak yang menerima sebuah pesan. Dan kalau kita menyadari ini, kita bisa membuat kawan bicara kita itu juga teraktivasi untuk melakukan hal yang sama. Ini pada beberapa orang ini berhasil dan pada sedikit orang tidak berhasil. Tetapi tidak apa-apa. Lanjutkan aja terus. Lakukan aja terus berbicara dengan mengingat bahwa kita adalah makhluk emosi dan kawan bicara kita juga sama. Demikian, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you for your answer, Mrs. Yayan. Let's go for the next questions.
The next question is given to Sister Mercy. It is from Mr. Triwidodo from Surabaya. He said that, according to your experience, how to improve empathy skill in communication as educator in virtual learning to students?
How to improve communication? Actually, even before the COVID pandemic, we have seminars already on communication because we have a bachelor's degree on language and communication, and we have an institute for languages. So we make it a point that part of our training for teachers and also enhancement for students will be how to communicate, because we believe that in communication, it's not only written and oral, but we communicate through body language as well. So it's not only what we say or what we write, but our body language, our facial expression, our movements. So we are also conveying what we really feel to our students. So we have trainings for that. We have workshop, and then part of the training for teachers, particularly in online learning, is how to communicate online in such a way that they will be conscious of the words that they use, the body language that they use since they do not see their students. So that's it. That's part of it. And then they also have to listen to the feedback of students. We have survey, they have evaluation, and then part of the evaluation will be the communication skills of the teachers. Before COVID-19, when there was face-to-face classes in the classroom, most of the assessment of communication will be the oral proficiency of the teachers, and then the writing skills, the delivery of the lesson. It was more of that. But during this online learning, during this pandemic, it's more of how to communicate online with the facial expression, with pleasant use of language, and how to write the modules in such a way that it will be clear. The students will not be confused, and it will be easy and simple to understand. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sister.
Very good question.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think that we have to learn the way of communication, because like our verbal or non-verbal also communication. Yeah. Thank you.
I would like to share that I'm teaching with foreign students who are not really proficient with the English language, and I deliver my lesson in the graduate school in English. So first meeting, I have to smile to them, and then I communicate simply that I will not fail them in my class, that I am aware, and I give them consideration that they are not proficient with the English language. So they also smiled, and they were relieved, and they were happy. So more or less, they're not afraid. So that's it. We really have to adjust our communication, particularly if the students are foreigners, internationals, and they cannot really express themselves. The language barrier.
Okay, thank you, sister. I wish I could have many lecturers like you who are always smiling.
Okay, we will go for the next question. It is given to Prof Surya from Hairunisa Uri. I will read the questions. I still feel the online class that substitutes the offline one is not too effective. It is still hard to understand, and particularly for the practice competence that needs much time to master it. And I think my skill lacks and has no improvement, and so many distractions while learning at home. So how to deal with this problem? Please to Prof Surya to answer these questions.
Thank you very much. I understand well your concern, because it is also the concern of teacher. We are not happy with the online teaching because we cannot express ourselves freely, and there is so barrier, there is so difficulties. We learn a lot how to present, how to repackage the material to the online style, and we still in the curving in the curve, but in the learning curve, but it is not easy. For myself, I'm not also happy. I would love to see you, and I would like to junk you, monk you, and we can have a good discussion while we are enjoying the time. But we have to go through it. I am so envious. I found a video showing how teacher in the US enjoy the activity, because the presenter, the teacher is in a room, big room, and very much like auditorium with the teacher on the stage, but then the wall around was full with screen, and the face of all students there. So the teacher is very happy and very enthusiastic, so live giving lecture, expressing herself very, very lively, such as like as the students are in the class. So what makes different is that the facilities to deliver online teaching is there, but we don't have it now. Do you think that we teachers are happy sitting down in our bedroom at home and teaching? No, it is. We feel that we are not also not professional. In our faculty, we try to repackage the material. For example, the laboratory practice, the practicum, we rearrange it in such a way that students also can enjoy video on how to do it, and we discuss it, and it helps a lot, but of course it is not ideal. So we are in the same situation, and we try to make it better in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Surya. And Hairunisa, is this, I think it's clearly answered your questions, isn't it? Okay, we will go to the next sessions.
Well, actually, Mr. Sham, we have plenty questions, but unfortunately, because we have limited time, we cannot read all the questions. So it seems that we have to end it our discussion session.
Okay, and finally, before we end these sessions, I would like to invite all of the speakers to deliver their closing statement to encourage participants here. And so please, Mrs. Yayan, to give your closing statement.
Okay. What we might do every day in every interaction with anyone is to present ourselves artistically, remembering that we are emotional creatures and other people too. When responding, show acceptance, show trust, confidence. Over time, the easier it is to do, the more automatic. We are what we repeatedly do. Respect for ourselves and others will be our new perspective and will become our character. We will be strong and tough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Yayan. And then the next for Sister Mercy, please give your closing statement, please. Sister Mercy.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah.
I would like to emphasize that learning in this new normal should be a positive convergence of technology-enabled learning, quality-based curriculum and instruction, and sustainable development and innovations. And the way we communicate to our students must really be of positive disposition and mindset that will help them to adjust to the disruptions, manage their stress, and take care of their physical and mental health and well-being. The administrators, educators particularly, must be resilient in attitude and skills so that we can adapt easily to the changes and we can cope with the difficult situations that we are now. We have to be agile in our approach. In our responsibilities, we have to be efficient, effective, and our high impact results in tasks and responsibilities must be observed. Also, the framework of education that we use should be integral and transformative. And we have to be strategic in our management ability, particularly that we have so many problems of technology, enrollment, and other things, other considerations, and most of all, empathy. Empathy and compassion towards the teachers, the students, the parents, the healthcare frontliners, and the law enforcement, and all those who are affected by the COVID-19. Okay, so that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sister Mercy. And then for Miss Eva, please give your closing statement. Mrs. Eva.
Thank you. So this is the very important thing that I want to share about you in this closing. Means learning by doing, learning by experience are very important to us as a citizen, so that we can responsibility to our world, our country, our city, our home, even for ourselves. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Eva. And then we go to Prof Surya to give a closing statement, please.
Thank you very much. I think this is the very time, the great time to practice and improve our skills in soft diplomacy. Let's do it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof Surya.
Okay, once again, thank you all speakers for your time and
I think
valuable contribution to this seminar. Wish you all the best and very successful life. Keep inspiring others.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, finally, this is the end of our discussion. Thank you very much for your active participation in the seminar. I hope you enjoy the program. Now, I will hand this over to Mrs. Retno as the Master of Ceremony.
Okay, thank you very much, all honorable keynote speakers, for giving such informative and interesting presentations. Thank you very much, Mr. Sham and Mrs. Agnes, for moderating the excellent seminar, and also the participants for very active participation. Hopefully, the seminar will be beneficial for everybody. Before we move on to the next sessions, I would like to invite our director, Mrs. Dini Magister Kesehatan. Mrs. Dini will express her gratitude to all honorable speakers. And please welcome Mrs. Dini.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all the speakers, participants, seminar community. I hope the future we meet again for the better activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dini. So we have come to the final sessions for today's Health Forum and International Seminar event. And now we are pleased to announce the best photo essay for the photo essay competition. I would like to invite Professor Andrew J. McNabb to announce the best photo essay. Professor?
Thank you very much for a wonderful seminar, and my congratulations to everyone who has taken part. This is the way we have to learn these days, and I congratulate all of you who made the effort to make submissions. A number of papers are moving forward now for review by the journal. and there are 16 in nursing, which we have. I will read out the titles and I will do my best to acknowledge the authors, but please, I must apologize in advance for not being familiar with the correct pronunciation of your names, and I regret if I get anything wrong. Paper one going forward is health education about lung TB disease using book media in the working area of Estimas and Pangala Raya City. And that was by Natala Saya. The second one was reducing stress levels in diabetes mellitus. Which I think we've gone out of sequence. We're on the nursing ones idea. There we are. Nursing back. If we could go back. There we are. Nursing. I think that's one. Second one is child health education about hand wash with using soap during COVID-19 pandemic in a watershed area of central Kalimantan by Misesa. 3 was family emotional communication in caring for patients with COVID-19 at home. 2 important papers on COVID by Agnes Dewey Astuti. 4 is prevention and management of complications, acute and chronic in type 2 diabetes. Again, an important issue because of the epidemic of diabetes currently. That was by Alpheus Manuntang. Number 5, a new drug-free life, the essence of a professional's presence in drug survivors' family, by Yayenti Malia and Sri Surawat. Number 6 was health education of the families of drug users, establishing safe family conversation, Yayenti Mala, Agnesia Clarissa Serra. Number 7 is calcaneus region diabetic foot care by Esther Inong Sylvia. 8, independent field guidance, one of strategies for achieving learning practices in nursing clinics, Gad Datak, Esther Inong and Sylvia. Number 9 is optimize and development of children learning from home during COVID-19, Hendra Wanto Nivel. Number 10, establishment of Desa Siaga Sehat Jiwa in the central Kalimantan river flow area by Misesa. And then in nursing again, we have Jumantic PSN of school children in prevention and management of dengue, hemorrhagic fever, handled in the study room, SDN Petuk, Katumipan, Kamitan, Jekan Raya, Kota Palangka Raya. I think I need an award for pronouncing that, by Natal Saya. Reducing stress levels in diabetes mellitus with progressive muscle relaxation therapy by Seamani. The government efforts for tracing COVID-19 patients, a problem in the community by Reni Sulistiawat. And nurses and risks faced during the COVID-19 pandemic. Reni Sulistiawati, Yuyun Christiani, Dedi Gayo Nun Santoro, Fina Rati Wiraputri, and Indiri Kusuma Dewey. Those are the authors of the next paper, which is online health information seeking behavior, trends, influencing factors, e-health, literary skills, benefits, and potential harms. And number 6, the last one in nursing, is connecting tradition with health, how to put a baby to sleep with a cotton ball, the Dayak Banjar tribe tradition in Kalimantan by Widya Warastuti. Very good, congratulations to everyone from nursing. In midwifery, we have nine papers. going forward for review, reducing and preventing stunting through integrated poisandu with fathers and or child givers at Watu Kapu Public Health Center in Negara Regency, East Nusa Tenggara Province of Indonesia in 2020 by Ririn Widyastudi and Martinus Ndona. Number 2 is improving the quality of pregnancy by fulfilling the physical and psychological needs of pregnant women in Kuala Kapusas Regency. Stephanie and Manuela Uri Mahar and Octaviani. Number 3, health service communication in monitoring toddler growth and development in the new normal. Yina Winayemi Mingang and Evan Mingang. 4, breast massage supporting the success of exclusive breastfeeding in postpartum mothers in Pekanbaru. Ali Susilawat, Vinny Hindarati, Cynthia Rahamandani. Number 5, pregnancy, childbirth and newborn care during the COVID-19 pandemic in Palangka Raya City Central Kalimantan. Aswarina Sal Sabila, Lestari Eka Putri, Heti Ira Ayui, and Rini Natalina. Very pleased to see, as a pediatrician, these papers about infant care and breastfeeding, by the way. Revisiting the recommendation of Joint Committee on reducing maternal and neonatal mortality performance in rural areas in central Kalimantan, Indonesia. Octaviani, Rina Natalania, and Adventus Panda. Number 7, family care and reproductive health for teens. Again, another very important topic. These are the parents, the next generation, and the way they look after their infants will have a big bearing on epidemics of non-communicable diseases like diabetes and heart disease. So very important to involve teens in our healthcare. The authors are Johan Agnes Teresia, Esther Inung, Sylvia, and Gad Datak. Number 8, start from small steps, prevent and treat anemia in teenage girls. Again, the same comment from me, good work working with teenagers. Arina Eka Hatini, Heti Ira Ayui are the authors. No one should face breast cancer alone. Breast Cancer Self-Examination and Support Group from Heti Ira Ayui and Arina Eka Hatini. So that's midwifery, and we have 7 papers from the nutrition group. Increasing knowledge about hypertension in adolescents through nutrition education, Retno Ayu Sari. Peatland coffee, potential export commodity from Dayaxland, Agnesia Clarissa Serra, Priscilla Octaviani. Number 3, risk factor stunting for toddlers 24 to 59 months of age who are living in floating houses along the Keharan River of Palangka Raya City, case control study. Mars Kendra Kusfrianyadi and Sugianto. Again, just to comment again on the epidemic of non-communicable diseases, this is a topic you should all be thinking about in your education and looking to write about, and stunting of growth in the first 2 years of life is one of the risk factors for predicating chronic non-communicable disease development topic. Chalak juice, an alternative diet therapy for diabetes mellitus. Vina Maulida, Yuan and Tamara, Irma Nurjana Widastuti, Kusku Rahanu, and Agnesia Clarissa Serra. Number 5, the modification of high protein foods and snacks at Panti Reda Sinta Rankang, Fratika Dui Utami and Sugianto. Number 6, the role of nutritionists toward the leftovers of patients' meal with recipe modification at a hospital, Tahini and Marini Astrianur. And the final one, the importance of nutrition for people with HIV/AIDS. Irma Nurjana Wirastuti and Yeti Wira Sitawati. And congratulations to all of you, and thank you very much for everyone who submitted. And my congratulations again to those of you whose papers have been viewed as worthy of review by the journal. So now we're moving on to the announcement of the best papers. This has been adjudicated by the conference committee. And again, my thanks to the committee who's worked very hard to attract all of you to take part and to submit papers and has worked on the review process. So the winning papers in nursing, in the category of the best problem solving, the paper Professionals Present in Drug Survivors Family. The authors Yayen Timala and Sri Suryawat. Congratulations. And in the category the best global issues and solidarity, the winning paper is Nurses and Risks Faced During the COVID-19 Pandemic. Authors Reni Sulistiawat, Union Christiani, and Dedi Keo Nusantoro. Well done to you. In the category of high intention, the winning paper is Reducing Stress Levels in Diabetes Mellitus Patients with Progressive Muscle Relaxation Therapy. The author is Amani. Well done to you. Category particularly best futuristic issues. Behavior, trends influencing factor, e-health literary skills, and benefits and potential harms. The authors Fina Rati Wiraputi and Indiri Kasuma Dewey. Again, if you're looking for topics to write about, people of your generation are experts in social media, what is available online, and e-literacy, and surveys and reviews of those materials and how people use them. A very good topic for papers. In the midwifery section, in the category the best photo inspiration, the winning paper is Improving the Quality of Pregnancy by Fulfilling the Physical and Psychological Needs of Pregnant Women in Kuala Kapuas Regency by Stephanie Emanuela Yuri Mahar and Octaviani. Well done to you. Photos are a great medium. Well done for entering in that category. And now in the best visual impact category, the winner is Health Service Communication in Monitoring Toddler Growth and Development in the New Normal by Yena Wineni Migang and Evan Migang. Well done to you. The best novelty solution category, the winner is the paper No One Should Face Breast Cancer Alone, Breast Cancer Self-Examination and a Support Group, Heti Ira Ayui and Irina Eka Hatini. Again, congratulations to you on that work and the way you presented it. in the nutrition section. The best entrepreneurship category was won by Peatland Coffee, potential export commodity from Dayaxland. Ignacia Clarissa Serra and Priscilla Octaviani. Well done to you. The most unique study in this category, risk factor stunting for toddlers 24 to 59 months of age who are living in Palangka, Ryan City, a case control study by Mars Kendra, Kusfriadi and Sugianto. Very good. I would love to have come with you when you were visiting that population. I'm sure it's fascinating. But congratulations to all of the winners for the quality of your work and the efforts you made to submit. Well done. My congratulations.
Thank you, Professor McNabb, and congratulations all authors who the manuscripts will be reviewed and published in the index journal. And congratulations again for the winners for being the best for the essay in each categories. We have been through all of our agenda for today's event. Let us all be guided by all the things that we have learned and heard throughout the seminar today, and being able to influence and create a pleasant virtual communications in the new normal. I'm Ratna Ayu Hapsari as the Master of Ceremony today, and also as the committee of this event. Please forgive us for our shortcomings. We look forward to seeing you at the next year's event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a nice day.
Very good. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Dini. Thank you, Professor McNabb. It is midnight in Canada, I know.
Wonderful to share this with you all.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate for your very good, very clear presentation. I enjoyed it.
Lovely to share it all.
Thank you.
Makasih, thank you.
Semuanya. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Makasih.
Ibu Eva, thank you so much.
Makasih, Ibu Eva.
Ya, terima kasih.
Sister, merci.
Sister, thank you.
Thank you.
I enjoyed your accent. I love it.
Wonderful seminar. Thank you for participation.
Selamat. Thank you.
Terima kasih ya, Yen. Ya.